Okay, audio test. We're gonna get started very shortly, guys. Hell yeah. Okay. Looking decent. Just bring this with me. Alrighty, welcome in everyone to Five Morth on Twitch, Better Done Right on YouTube. Dual streaming this Sunday afternoon. We are on the SmallRig S70 microphone. I don't think there's really any technical details that are important, but today we are going to be unboxing a whole bunch of stuff, a whole variety of things. I've kind of been collecting stuff for a week and a half or so. And we also went out this morning, my wife and I, and we got some furniture. We're gonna build that later. That'll be a good time. So that's what we're gonna lead up to, but we're gonna kind of start small and run through all these random little things and test out a couple of them. And the rest will be for future projects. So I've got some hellos to say. Shadow Props, thank you very much for dropping by. First time chat, and good luck with the brisket. Oh, welcome back. Hopefully it is cooking just fine. And then Junk Midget dropped by with an A. I think he's still live. I don't have any of my tabs up on this PC. You guys are all tabbed up on the other computer since this morning. And then Bong Scoppy, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. And yeah, welcome back. So I'm gonna try to keep a good eye on chat, but we will be with the overhead cam. So I may miss the odd thing here and there until I turn the hell around. But we're gonna do what we can do. Mute myself there, get my chat up. All right. Okay, so I think first things first might be a good way to kind of break into this, and then we get to mess with the computer over there a little bit, and then come back over. So we have a repurchase, which is actually a little bit exciting. So this is a microphone, and believe it when it says it is legendary. This microphone has been around for a very long time. It's a dynamic microphone, which means it does not require power to function. Simply by the sound activating it, it creates a signal. So it's a fairly weak signal, or at least it can be for dynamic microphones, but that gives it the ability to be able to record fairly loud sources. So when they say instrument microphone, they mean it. Like they'll stick these inside of in front of a kick drum, in front of speakers, and it's not gonna distort. So this is a particularly interesting microphone because, let me grab something here. Shure makes the SM7B, which is a very popular podcasting microphone. It has a very dark sound, and then it amplifies the lower, like, bass frequencies that people's voices produce. That may or may not work for your voice. I didn't think it would work for mine particularly well. So I had gotten one of these to attempt to do the poor man's SM7B without the amplification, because this does not have a resonance chamber like the SM7B does. And unfortunately, the copy that I got had a noise issue. No matter what I recorded on, I had that same issue. And I returned it to good old Micro Center where I bought it from. And I really hope that this isn't the same unit that I returned, because I looked a little bit closer after I picked it off the shelf, and I see there's Scotch tape that's been used to basically close this box. So that's a little bit sus. We're definitely going to thoroughly test this out so that I can return it if it does have the same issue. But the goal is to get a clean copy of this and then just keep it forever. I'd return the last one because it gave me those issues, but I don't generally return microphones if they're somewhat decent. So the price on there is the price I paid plus tax. This is a reasonably affordable microphone for what it can do. So before I open this, somebody in chat was saying that they like turtles. Bong Scobby, you like turtles? Like these little guys? Or is this a tortoise? That would be funny if this was a tortoise and I didn't know the difference. Couldn't tell you. But there you go. Send a random comment, get random content in return. We got a tiny turtle, hell yeah. All right, so let's take a look at this. Like I said, I'm a little apprehensive that this is the exact same unit that I returned. Maybe upwards of 6 months, 8 months ago. They don't seem to move these units because it's a computer store, and this isn't flashy, doesn't have USB or anything. So we'll take a look in here, and it's definitely been opened before. So this is essentially like buying this used on eBay, except that it's supposed to be brand new from a store. But oh well, if it works, it works. This is the microphone itself. It's very heavy in the hand. If I can get some focus, there we go. The capsule is on the end, and then you have your XLR port. Focus. Can we get some focus? There we go. That's your XLR port. So the capsule would be in just the end here. I don't believe this comes off super easily. Maybe I shouldn't try to take it apart, but I do understand there's some ways that you can modify these to make them sound very similar to the SM7B. And as you saw by the price, this is maybe a third. Probably, I would say at least a third, maybe upwards of a fourth of the cost. So that's very exciting. My intentions for this are a little bit different. I don't plan to use this as a main microphone. You can see the capsule wired into the base there. So I don't know the particular modifications that you can make, but this is a very decent microphone. I'm just hoping that we've got a good quality version here. So what I haven't been able to find is my second pencil microphone, which is a different style than this. It would look more like a short shotgun, but a pencil style microphone is typically used for indoor dialogue. They don't have as much of a directional pickup as shotgun microphones do, but they work better indoors because when you have reflections inside of an indoor space, those reflections are picked up in a more natural way on a pencil microphone versus a shotgun microphone. Now this would be closer to a pencil microphone in its general construction, but what I'm hoping is this has lower handling noise because I intend to use this a lot like its close brother, the SM58, which is like a vocal microphone. So the plan is to maybe eventually, if the handling noise is low enough, to get a wireless transmitter for this and use this in certain types of videos. So I do have videos where I try to stream from the backyard using a wireless transmitter for my camera, and I can put my audio into that stream, have it brought back to the computer, and then have the computer redistribute it. The challenge is I can't sync the audio and video before I transmit it. And then once I receive it, it's one thing. And I don't have an audio transmitter that can go as far as my video transmitter, which also has audio. So I have to have a synced source to begin with. And the plan is to get a field recorder that will then use non-wireless microphones like this to mix and then bring the audio into the camera, essentially. So that's kind of the plan. The plan is to handhold this for videos, like if I'm outside and we're splitting logs, then I will be able to use this to pick up and talk to you guys every now and then, and the audio quality will be absolutely fantastic, or use it as its own microphone, assuming it's sensitive enough, as like a mono cardioid pickup pattern source, and then maybe mix in something along with it. Hey, okie dokie, welcome in. Yes, lots of unboxing this year. It's a problem. It's a disease. I'd say I've just got a lot of stuff that I'm trying to do with the project room and everything. So lots and lots of experiments and all that kind of stuff going on. So I was explaining to everybody that this is a repurchase. I have had one of these before, but it had an issue. So I'm hoping this copy is working the way I expect. And what I figured we could do is test it out live. So we'll come back to the PC and we will try to hook this in. So I've got my mic arm over here, and this currently has the microphone that I was talking about. It's a Samsung, S-O-N, not S-U-N-G. The model name is CO2, and it is a small diaphragm cardioid or condenser microphone, pencil microphone. So it looks like this. And I have a pair of these. I just can't find where my other one is. It's buried somewhere. But this is really good for indoor dialogue. It's pickup pattern and the venting on the side allow it to pick up a natural sound instead of a space that reverberates a decent amount. And whereas a shotgun microphone has much larger venting and a much longer, I guess we'll call it a resonance tube or whatever. And that will actually pick up the reverberations inside of a space and cancel out, and it will sound very unnatural. So you do want different mics for different things. Now this, the Shure mic, is more of a, I'm expecting it to be more of a close mic situation because it is a dynamic microphone. And the goal is to be able to have it handheld, which I guess I could just test out right now. Thank you, Okie dokie. I appreciate the camaraderie of us spending way too much money on gear. Are you sure about that? Sure, Mike? I know you like to be a little bit secretive. I'd be very curious to know what you're getting, though. But don't worry, I plan on buying something soon. Bye-bye, wallet monies. Yeah, I'd be curious. I just saw that the Blackmagic Pixis 12K had a recall for their earlier units, and digital audio processor, DAP. That's a total guess. So I have a field recorder coming tomorrow, I think. Oh, a player. Hey, Gade, welcome in. Close enough. Okay, digital audio player. Nice. So is that for recorded media, or is that more of like a DAC? Like a digital audio... What the hell's the C stand for? Amp and DAC. I don't know. What your headphones plug into. I don't know why this little mic thing is fitting so tightly. So this will be a little bit of back and forth because this plugs into a channel strip, the Behringer UV1. And let me turn off. Okay, phantom power is off already, good. I'll turn off the low cut. There may be some rumbles and such. A converter, okay. So is this to power headphones? Oh my. This will be exciting. Actually, I'm very excited about this. Okay, so I need to basically dial back all of the settings that I have currently on this channel strip, and then dial them back in as we go back through. So let me see what a little overhead cam action looks like. Since the exposure is just a little bit brighter on this cam. A DAP is just like a high quality MP3 player, usually based off Android. It's a standalone device. I'm just using it to listen to music. Welcome back, Ziggy Bones. So Okie Doki's getting a digital audio player. So this would be like a modern day Sony Walkman or an iPod Touch, but for like FLAC files or just lossless, better than MP3 type stuff. DAPs are great. I have a friend that has gotten very interested in similar devices. So let me actually take a picture of my current settings for the old mic, just so that it's easier. Because I did change a few things. So snap that. Hopefully I remember I actually took a picture. And what we'll do is dial all this crap back. So I'm going to turn the compressor down. We will turn the de-esser off. We will turn down the enhancements. The expander and gate will turn down as well. I don't really want that right now. And the output I will set to 0. And then I've got some monitor options as well. Okay, so this will be curious. This is a very cheap channel strip, and there's the chance that this is actually not powerful enough to run this mic, which will be good to know. And I'm hoping this field recorder that I have coming tomorrow is going to give me some decent options for stuff like this. Okay, so what we'll do is first dial up the gain. So this will be the input gain for this mic. And I've got it all the way up. So check, 1, 2, 1, 2. That actually seems reasonable. So we're gonna swap you guys over to the mic now. Okay, so now you guys are hearing me from the SM57 and listening on the monitor level here. Check, 1, 2. I'm gonna turn it up quite a bit so I can hear all the lovely details. This actually sounds nice, although I am hearing a distinct buzzing sound at the moment, which is exactly why I had returned one of these prior. So that's frustrating. And that is something that's been my experience consistently with this microphone. So what we'll do is we'll run it through kind of the setup to kind of sweeten the sound a little bit. And I will determine later if this needs to be returned and if I just need to order one from a not a computer store, a more reputable place that maybe has newer stock. This seemed to be, the box itself seemed to be kind of beat around a little bit, and when the staff person was helping me get the microphone, one next to it like dropped and hit the floor. So I wonder, you never know what happens. It could have been dropped and handled and all kinds of things. But let me catch up on chat real quick. Okidoki asks, let's see. Let me quickly scan through and just make sure I'm in the right spot. So Okidoki says, yeah, I'm still using an iPod Touch to listen to music. Weird. That's amazing that they've lasted so long. I have an old one floating around somewhere. I doubt it even, I don't even think I could charge it. I don't think I have the cable that would work anymore. Let's see. Okidoki was asking Ziggy, I do have some questions first. Do you have one / what is your experience with them? Okay, got some discussion going there. What field recorder did I get? I got a Zoom F6. So it's a 6 input field recorder from Zoom, and it does not have the microphone that is built into it, like the H series. So I looked at their different options. The H series can borrow, certain ones borrow the better preamps from the F series. So the F3 and the F6 both have better preamps. Just the timeline when they were released, they had better quality stuff to put in them. The H series, I have an H5. For the H series, I believe it's the H5 Studio and the H6 have those better preamps as well. And I'd considered it because it would be really nice to just, for certain situations, have the mic already on there, and I don't have to worry about researching a different microphone, setting it up, running cables, all types of stuff. What I ended up deciding on was the most robust, most powerable, and most versatile solution would be the F6. It was about twice the cost, but it is very well regarded. It will keep its value quite well. And the absolute biggest thing is I can power it. Got this drawer right behind me. I can power it off series batteries from, well, from whoever you want to get them from. So the battery life will no longer be a concern. You can power them, the H series and the F series, off of USB, but I've been having ground loop issues, which could potentially be why the microphone is having some static right now. But basically, when I power off of the same battery with USB to two separate things, or if I'm basically powering two separate things, the ground, the reference 0 for the DC reference, how you get your actual voltage, isn't perfectly 0. So you're doing different voltage conversions. So for instance, I'd be doing the D-tap would be like a 14.7, a 15 volt conversion to the camera's 7.2 volt that it uses. Then the USB-C might be stepping it up, or stepping it down, sorry, to, well, 5, 9, 12, or 20 volts, I believe it is. And somewhere in there, when the current is returning back to the battery, that 0, the neutral, the return path, is not perfectly 0, and it distorts audio. It picks up on audio. So the only option is on my H5 to power it with AA batteries, or a separate USB power bank. And that's a no-go. I don't want a separate USB power bank. It does make sense if I have a completely separate rig, but when it's on the camera, which is kind of the goal at the moment, it needs to power off the same thing. So seems like one of the only recorders, or the first recorder that Zoom allows anything other than AA batteries and USB-C, would be the F6, which accepts the L series batteries, and the battery life is plenty good. So that's the plan. That's some of the reasoning that came down to that purchase. Ziggy's currently using the Surfans F20. Also exclusively listen with wired headphones. Very cool, very cool. Sounds nice, but you have to be right up on the mic. Yes, I do. Levels, I have actually boosted this. I probably should reduce the levels to something more particular. Hopefully you guys were actually able to hear any of that, because I had this boosted way up. So yeah, right now we're at a decent level when I'm kind of projecting a little bit. So yeah, this preamp in the UV1 is not giving us quite enough gain, which is good to have a good comparison with, because when you're looking at channel strips, recorders, things like that, it's good to have a microphone that is a little bit harder to run, but is also popular. So I know if I can't run this with whatever audio interface I might look at in the future, you're definitely not going to run an SM57 without a cloud lifter. And then if the gain is not very clean, then you certainly aren't going to be able to boost it in post to skip a cloud lifter. So that's very true. Thank you for pointing that out. Okidoki says, I don't hear the buzzing, but maybe that's because of the music. It is fairly quiet. It may be worth actually doing a recording and seeing if it's just for me when I'm monitoring, or if it's just not very radio frequency proofed, because we do have a CRT screen, which I'm sure creates all kinds of radio interference. Okay, much quieter. Can't hear the buzzing. Gotcha. Oh, the FIO M21 or the Hibi M300. Very cool. Have the other FIO devices and you think they're good? I've heard good things about Hibi, but no personal experience. Very cool. Yes, the 32 booth float will be interesting. That'll be the first recorder that I've gotten that has 32-bit float. I'm probably just gonna run with it and just use it all the time. It technically is gonna add an extra step in post, which I'm not very excited about, but I think it's gonna be, it's necessary. It's absolutely necessary at this point, because I tried to record a video with audio this last week, and unfortunately I forgot about my ground loop issue, and I ended up with ruined audio. So that's what all of this is about. That needs to stop happening. I've been neglecting audio for a long time, so I need to do my research, and it'll be a very solid entry into that. All right, Ziggy's asking for the music volume to be adjusted. Good call, good shout actually, because I did not have that properly sidechained. That is meant to, the audio levels on that are actually meant to drop, which, pardon the scuff, I'm gonna monitor this. Does not seem like they are. So why is that? We are not hitting our threshold that we need to. So, okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Thanks for calling that out, Ziggy. I should have caught that just looking at these waveforms. So I think the song actually just ended there, so it went down. But yeah, now it should be picking up. This mic is much quieter than the clip-on mic, so it wasn't quite picking that up. And then we also didn't have it targeting the right track. So thank you very much. Some cool discussion about these different digital audio players, regionality and support, whether they're US or not, where they're manufactured and such. Your camera has the 32-bit float, yep. But also the mic jack has it, so any good audio coming in is instantly 32-bit float. That's really cool. That's cool to have that internally on a camera. I wonder if that's the first. That might be the first, the ZR having that. Getting away from using my phone for listening to music, distraction stuff. Yeah, that's super cool. And Okidoki's got good taste in portable cell phone type devices. They got some interesting stuff going. Ziggy, so the bit just means the basically more bits is better to a point, but when you're recording, you have a sample rate, which is essentially how many times or how many samples of an analog signal there are captured in a digital container per second. And the absolute minimum that you want is 441, which is 44,000.1 samples per second. That's what a CD quality is. And then your next step up would be 48 kilohertz, 48,000 samples. And that is your minimum for anything better than CD quality. But beyond that, it's all pretty much placebo unless you're slowing down an audio file. If you're not planning, like if we're just recording here, 48 is absolutely fine. You can slow it down a little bit, but it would fall apart if you were trying to deal with some different signals. But it's perfectly fine. So then your bit rate is basically the dynamic range of an audio signal. So if you have, it's going to be your lowest to your highest samples. So on that scale per sample, where can it go up and down? What kind of amplitude or volume can it hit versus how quiet it can get? CDs are 16-bit, which is like a delivery format. It's like everything, all the audio work has been done at a much higher bit rate before it got burned onto a CD. And now it's like perfectly encapsulated in that 16-bit amplitude to be delivered to you. So it's like a final delivery format. 24-bit is like your standard high quality recording bitrate. The little clip-on mic I have can do that. This interface is doing it. And it just gives you enough amplitude, enough range that you can put a signal inside of that amplitude and not have it clip super readily. Although it can be difficult in certain situations to actually prevent clipping. And with noise, you might have a noise floor like we're experiencing on this mic a little bit, where you're trying to sort out where to put your amplitude, and you can end up mixing things together a little bit. It may not work out for your recording. 32-bit float is orders upon orders upon orders of magnitude higher amplitude. It's not just 32-bit. The float point component of it makes it insane dynamic range, to the point that you no longer need to set gain on your microphones. You just hit record and there's so much dynamic range on that file that your microphone will never clip. The downside is then you have to run it through post-processing to determine where to set your 0 point, because 0 is no longer, 0 is like your top amplitude, your loudest sound. If you exceed 0 on a 24-bit recording, you get clipping, which is when the sound ramps up and the signal never goes above because it can't. So it just stays there, and then the next wave it comes back down, and it's very obvious, very jarring. I wish we could do a clipping demo, but we can't because this microphone's too dark to be able to do it. But yeah, that's a little bit of the that's a little bit of a detailed breakdown. And Okie Dokie jumped in there too. Hell yeah. Chat's been zooming. Let me figure out where we've been at. Oh, it's not the first. The Lumix S1 had it. That's cool. 32-bit float is in essence, if audio is too loud when recording, you can bring it down. Yeah, that's the simple way of doing it. Unbox copy. It has been a while since we've talked about CDs, but they're coming back. CDs are coming back. Tapes are coming back. CDs are coming back. Owned media is coming back. Okay, cool. Thank you both. Of course, Ziggy. Got 2 CDs yesterday. Hell yeah, Ziggy. Do I have ducking on? I do on the music. Is it working? Sounds like a worthless hassle. It is. If you're good at, like, 24-bit dynamic range is already like a shit ton. This just takes it into such a high level that you no longer have to even think about setting gain. So it puts you in a position where that one or those few times when you miscalculate, it'll still capture a recording. It's not foolproof, but it's nearly there, to the point that it will be a breath of fresh air. I won't have to set gain anymore, but yeah, I will have that extra step in post to basically establish where the levels should be. CD's insert joke here. That's funny. Yes, in the moment. And that's a big thing too, because I'm a solo video creator, but I'm also very curious about the quality aspect, pushing quality and production value of things. So it means I not only have to wear the normal variety of hats to produce something, but now I'm also having to really understand each component. So it's kind of becoming a standard feature on Flagger. I wanted to say flagship, but like more flagship, like flaggership, but that sounds really weird. On your more typically high-end products, it is seen, although it's coming down in price quite a bit, so you can get stuff. If ducking is the music getting quieter when you speak, then it does seem to be working. Hell yeah. Yeah, I can see it, my little bars. It's actually very aggressive at the moment. But at least the music should kind of fill in every half second when I pause. So, okay, so we're on the microphone. It's sounding quite quiet, and I had turned my monitoring up to the point that it was actually way too much, and you guys were not hearing what I was hearing. So we're going to start dialing this in. So I'm going to hit the compressor a little bit. And I think on this, I'm just looking to get a little bit, maybe 6 to 9 decibels of reduction, kind of on the peaks. And that's actually lifted our levels because it adds in makeup gain. That has lifted our levels significantly. So I was hitting an input level around 0, which is what I need on this this channel strip, and then the now the makeup gain has in the compressor has added a lot more. We've also leveled off we've compressed our levels. Our peaks have come down. We've added up makeup gain, so now everything's smushed, so I'm a little bit easier to hear. But we are coming out quite hot, so I need to turn down my output gain by a decent amount. And now I think you guys might be able to pick up on the static a little bit, which is unfortunate. You now have broken the ducking and music. Okay, music. Okay, better. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll just mute the music while we're doing a test like this. It doesn't go to the recorded folder. So I don't really have to think about it live, but for you guys, you will be able to hear it. Okay, yeah, okie dokie. Now here's the static. So it's the same static that I experienced before. And I don't know if it's this mic in particular. I'm fairly convinced this might be not the same unit that I had returned to the store, but I think we will be returning this after we're done with our testing here and ordering from B&H. Just do it right. Do it right. Okay, let's go into our de-esser. So for me, that's roughly 4,000 to 6,000 hertz, and I will turn. This is kind of the annoying part because I have to make all my whistle sounds. And this helps to reduce the sibilance in my voice, and unfortunately, my sibilant sounds are pretty well into the lower range, so they're a little bit harder to remove without removing other things. But we'll do just a little bit of reduction there. What's up, Han? Thanks for coming by. We're checking out a microphone right at the moment, which I'm suspicious I think is the same microphone I returned to the store months ago because it's having the exact same issue. And that box had Scotch tape on it because it had been opened before, and it might have been my Scotch tape. I can't remember if I taped it shut like that, but yeah, it's a little sus, but we're setting it up. It's an SM57, which is like an instrument dynamic microphone. Basically it's going to sound real good. If we can get it dialed in just right. So now we're in the enhancer. So this is EQ. We have a lower and a higher range. So we'll dial up the lower. This should add in some warmth and maybe a little bit more bass. And this is going to push it to being more like the SM57, which really boosts those things. So we're actually clipping now when I get really, really close. So if I can dial this back and nail that threshold where we're just almost clipping, you can actually get kind of a smoothness, an analog smoothness called saturation, which I'm learning a little bit about and constantly chasing at the moment. But yeah, so it's starting to sound pretty good. Let's dial up the high frequency detail. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I think we need to start dropping our levels again because I'm probably absolutely pummeling your guys' ears. So now we're back down to our negative 18-ish range. What's up, Daddy? Welcome in, my guy. I hope all is well for you as well. We're setting up a microphone right at the moment, which has we're a little bit suspicious about it because it's doing some not great things. So now we've dialed up the high frequency detail. So all those little bitty bright parts of my voice, even the annoying parts, like my whole voice, are highlighted. Even the static is highlighted. That same issue that we're having with this particular unit, but it does give almost a specularity, or like I think specularity. Audio is hard to describe without visual terms, but it does give it a kind of a presence, or a shine, if you will. Yeah, the gang is here. We got all the peoples coming in. So that was our enhancer. Now we're looking at threshold. So this is just a cutoff, a gain-based cutoff. So we just tell it that, hey, anything below this level, just turn the whole thing off. We don't want to hear it. And you can dial up a ratio so that it is very effective. So right now, when I stop talking, it goes dead silent for you guys, which might be what you want. However, when I do speak, now you can hear all the noise. So it's cutting in and out very rapidly. A gate has to be very fast to not block out my voice, but to also hide the noise. It's kind of the nature of it. So what I typically do, if I am using this, is I will use a much lower ratio. So it's just having a little bit of an effect, but maybe it's not totally dropping the levels when I'm quiet to absolutely zero. So it's not as jarring, the cut in and cut out, just because I have a very noisy mic at the moment. Or if your room was noisy, for instance. Okay, now we're done with all of the processing and we're back to the output. So this I would probably dial again, just to make sure I'm at a reasonable level. I think we are really at quite a decent level. So now what we can do, I do want to check on handling noise for this. This is going to be a very big comparison. That's the next thing that we'll look at. So I'm going to hit process bypass, and I've hit it now, and this disables all of the processing of the channel strip. So the compressor, de-esser, enhancer, and the noise gate. And now our gain levels are maybe not exactly where they should be, but you can kind of hear the difference when I turn this back on. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Now we're back. I think it would be kind of fun to do a short story to highlight what this microphone sounds like. And if I can find, it's on my other computer, but I found this website where people just submitted short stories that they came up with. And not to knock anybody, but some of them are quite funny when they're read like out of context or in a dramatic way. And just Googling short stories has not gained very much. So maybe this won't work out. It had, there it is. ReadZ was the website that I'd found. So maybe, Resident Evil just came out. So horror is kind of the the Twitch theme at the moment. So if I can find, here's a cool looking title, The Ravens Who Watch. Holy absolute crap, this is very long. So maybe we'll just read a paragraph from this. This is by AYR. That's a pen name. I don't have any more information than that, but it's on readsy.com from A.Y.R. This is in the horror category. And why don't we read 2 paragraphs here? And there's a word in here that might be, I don't know what language this is. Okay, it's a location in Iceland. They're discussing where they've traveled to, and I just want to make sure that I don't absolutely butcher this pronunciation. So why don't we go back and look for a pronunciation there. Google's not very helpful, so we'll listen to a YouTube. Oh, what? Okay, maybe Google can help. How to pronounce .com. And do I have my computer muted? Oh, there we go. There is no way. What? Isa. I'm going to say the wrong thing. Okay. Well, we're going to give this a shot. Let me make sure chat hasn't exploded. Looking good. We have an ad starting in 1 minute. Let me snooze that. And we will read this. Okay. This is titled The Ravens Who Watch. Ravens are curious creatures. They hunt for food as we do. They solve problems as we do. And they entertain themselves as we do. But some are unlike the others. Some just watch. They observe. They learn. They wait. Sometimes for centuries, just to be human once more. I moved to Isafirur from London in August for a postgrad, being unsure of what I wanted in life, but knowing I would hang myself working a 9-to-5 desk job. It's a small town in the West Fjords of Iceland that's so far hidden that even the ring road, which goes around most of the country's perimeter, was at least a 200-mile drive away. But it truly is the country's hidden gem. Being that far north, however, the sun never sets in the summer, so midnights are as bright as middays. But the winters are quite the opposite. All right, that's as far as I'll go. We will reference this in a few minutes when we swap back to the other microphone. How did I end up with that random YouTube video playing? Okay, I am back to chat. Let's catch up briefly. Ziggy Bone says, I like your accent. It's part of why I stick around. Some other U.S. accents can be quite grating to Brits. I see. So this is a Midwestern accent. It comes from corn country, cheese country. I kind of think of it as a blend or maybe a more neutral American accent. It's not Boston. It's not New York. It's not from the South, but it borrows from the South a little bit. So some words can be drawn out a little bit. It's kind of hard to describe your own accent, especially when you hear it all the time. Kind of funny how things work out that way. Aw, thank you, Bung Scott B. I mean, what? Who said that?
So that is a little bit of a demonstration of what this mic can be really good at. You can yell, and it's not quite as sensitive as a condenser microphone. So you get a little bit more leeway. It's not going to just instantly clip like some things do. So why don't we'll mute this.
And now we're back on the S70 little bitty lavalier microphone, which its only saving grace is that it is as close as it gets to my voice, basically, just about. And that's gives it its best chance of picking up good audio. So I'm going to swap these microphones back, which will take half a second. And we will pack it back up, put on the same dang Scotch tape that was on it, and return it on Monday. Maybe I'll see if I can exchange units. But so to give even more backstory here, I purchased this SM57, maybe even this exact unit, several months ago when I had finally started doing more research into microphones, and I took it seriously, and I was trying to understand why I wasn't getting the results I wanted. Why was I hearing so much dang noise in the background? Why was I picking up all this noise in the background? And what I came to learn, which is not true entirely, is that dynamic microphones, like the SM57, don't pick up background noise as much. It's true and not true. They aren't as sensitive. You can't hear a pin drop in a room the same way you could on a condenser microphone, but that's it. Like any slightly louder sounds, it's still gonna pick up. So I basically fell into the other side of marketing bullshit and bought a dynamic microphone thinking that was going to solve my problems. I could use it in the same way as a condenser microphone and not pick up keyboard clicks, mouse clicks from my partner in the same room. It doesn't work that way. Basically, those sounds are strong enough to be picked up by a microphone getting used in the same way, being boosted to the same levels. Your pickup pattern has probably the biggest effect on that. Your proximity does as well, but overall your room treatment and what you have in the room is the biggest deal. And we have an ad rolling. I'm just gonna keep rambling for a minute because this is maybe or maybe not relevant to people. And then we'll do some more mic stuff in a little bit here. So what I've done is I ended up purchasing a very nice dynamic microphone and a channel strip, and those two combined with my voice sound quite decent in my opinion. However, to achieve the difference in my sound versus the little sounds in the background, I have to mic extremely close. And that's not always a good thing. It can change how your voice sounds with the proximity effect. Some microphones boost this. The microphone I got actually reduces it, which is what lets me get so close. And I thought, oh, that's a dynamic microphone thing. No, it's that particular microphone, the particular way I was using it. And if I use a lot of compression or a lot of gain, that microphone will still pick up keyboard clicks. And it does still. My goal is to eventually sound treat the spaces I record in a little bit better, or to have this portable recorder that's coming tomorrow and just go stick my head in a closet and record in there instead. So I kind of went full circle, thought I knew something, learned more about it, and now realize it's really just a levels game. If you have noise, what is your signal strength? And how can you balance these two things so that your signal is so obvious that you can't ever hear the noise. If you're in a noisy environment, and you can do that with processing, you can do that with mic technique, and you can do that with room treatment or kicking your wife out of the room, which is not what I've done, because I would much rather have the clicks in there and have her hanging out. So we will go back to this other microphone, which I have plugged in, and we actually need to give this one phantom power. So we'll run through the whole setup process once again.
So now we're back on this other microphone. This is a Samsung CO2. This is a pencil microphone. This is used for indoor dialogue. And I actually had a bunch of processing turned on there. So let me turn off all that crap and boost my levels to something that you guys can hear quite well. And actually turn the music off again. So testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, check. Where the heck? Okay, couldn't quite see 0 on that meter. So I'm gonna keep dialing it up. Ooh, that's quite sensitive there. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go, all right. We'll turn the processing back on, which it's all been turned off at this point. And now you can hear me on this microphone. This microphone is a cardioid pickup pattern, but it does, I think it's a little bit more focused than that. So it actually rejects a fair bit of the sound to the sides. I had used a Rode NT1, which is a large diaphragm condenser microphone, which is extremely clean and picks up every single little sound. And when you're sat in the corner of a room playing games with a clacky mechanical keyboard, with a mouse on a glass mouse pad, with someone else in the room doing similar things, it's a noisy mess, which is what I was dealing with. So, to my surprise, one day when I started using this microphone in this room in place of the Rode NT1, I did it because this was just really easy to grab and it would be smaller than having the whole shock mount and the NT1. Well, would you believe it? This picks up so much less sound than the Rode NT1 simply because of its pickup pattern. So it is designed to reject a decent amount of noise to the sides versus the front. And it works quite well when I have the laser running, when I have the PC doing all the encoding in the background. It actually does a really good job. And I might be looking at this in the future as a recommendation for people that are getting into streaming, because there's so many times when people do enough research and they just pick up a dynamic microphone, but the dynamic microphone does not necessarily have the pickup pattern that's going to reject the most sounds and also sound pleasant on a voice. So I've been really impressed with this. Lots more testing to do in the future, but let's run it through its setup and we'll compare it to the Shure. So the gain, I should have referenced how much gain I was using, but we basically maxed out the gain on the Shure initially. And on this, we are, so maxed out would be plus 60 decibels of gain. We're at plus 45, so a decent bit less gain. We're not pushing the amplifier circuitry on this preamp quite as much, so we're not going to get as much noise as we were with the Shure. The Shure also has a self-noise issue, this particular one, which has somehow managed to come back to me. This microphone does have a lot of handling noise, and we're going to look at that in a little bit to compare, but why don't we dial in this now that we've gotten our levels somewhat decent here. Ziggy's saying the lav is certainly flatter, yes. but also has a warm easiness to it. Yes, the S70, they have some EQ profiles. I think I have it set to just a normal one, but there's like a male EQ. It may default to that too, so it might do some smoothing as well. But okay, now we're on the Samsung. Let's dial in some compression. La 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 la. We don't have much. Oh, my process bypass is turned off. Okay, processing. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Checking 1, 2, test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check. So that's like 3 little bars for this particular thing. And now our levels are going crazy. So I need to turn down my output by almost 10 dB. Okay. So now there's some compression here. As I talk louder, the peaks are being brought down, and to make up for that gain reduction, it has added in makeup gain. So you can actually hear the noise of the computer quite a bit more, the room tone quite a bit more, reverberations and things. So it's not always the best thing, but a more compressed signal is more pleasant on the ears / easier to hear because the levels don't go as quiet. So we've got that dialed in. Now we'll dial in the de-esser and testing 1, 2. I'll just kind of do a moderate little bit there. Let's see, it's not quite kicking in yet. Oh, I did turn down its threshold. So tests. I think maybe roughly there will help it to sneak in and take some of that sibilance down. Okay, now the enhancers. This will be the low frequency enhancement. Testing 1, 2, check, check, check. Testing 1, 2, check, check, check. Testing, testing, testing. So we can add in a little bit of bass enhancement here. I will take this up until it starts being a problem, which we're getting very close to. It's getting very boomy. Checking, checking, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's taking quite a bit though, and it's not breaking apart. I think much earlier we were hearing too much from the Shure, but we were also mic'd much quicker, much closer. So we'll settle there. We do. I did already mess up and had the high frequency dialed in there, so I just turned it down. You heard a bunch of the little sibilant sounds, the high frequency stuff in the background kind of die away. I've dialed it back up, but with less, so it's not so bad. Okay, now our expander / gate. So I will dial up the threshold, and it's not the smoothest thing on this channel strip, so I don't want to do too much. So again, I'll kind of keep it quiet there, and then I will double check my output levels, and I think we're doing pretty well here. Okay, let me go back to this reading that we were doing, and we'll read again now with the Samsung mic, which is a cardioid condenser microphone a cardioid condenser microphone being compared to a dynamic cardioid microphone. Okay, glad we've sorted that out. Okay, so this is The Ravens Who Watch by AYR. This is on readsy.com. Ravens are curious creatures. They hunt for food as we do, they solve problems as we do, and they entertain themselves as we do. But some are unlike the others. Some just watch. They observe, they learn, they wait, sometimes for centuries, just to be human once more. I moved from Isafjord, from London, in August for a postgrad, being unsure of what I wanted in life, but knowing I would hang myself working a 9-to-5 desk job. It's a small town in the West Fjords of Iceland that's so far hidden that even the ring road, which goes around most of the country's perimeter, was at least 200 miles away. But it truly is the country's hidden gem. Being that far north, however, the sun never sets in the summer, so midnights are as bright as midday. But the winters are quite the opposite. Okay, so that is a sample from the Samsung mic. So many tongue twisters. Try again. Oh, you got it. Well done. Thanks, Bong. Appreciate it. Okay, why don't we do one last reading with the S70. I think that might be a decent comparison, so I'll just swap over here. So now we're on the little lavalier microphone, and I will turn that away. I'll point it towards me so I can still monitor myself. Hear myself in my ears. Okidoki asks, any tips on researching stuff you don't know about or something you'd want to buy? Weeding through reviews and people's comments is tiring, and I'm not sure which one to go with. For me, researching things that I don't know much about. So I just did this with the field recorder. I wasn't too sure which would be a good one. I knew I could spend a lot of money and get a good one, but I wanted to find the good value option that was more in my price range. So Okidoki asks, how do I cut through the bullshit? My way of doing it, it takes a lot of time, which is the unfortunate thing, is to start learning about a subject and keep an open mind to the opinions, but try to start tracing lines, like consistent points that people give about things. Not just like, this is like people's insights, things that they perceive based on their experience. Not just, oh, it's 32-bit float. Not just those things, not things you can tell someone has heard and just is regurgitating, but their opinions. So for the recorder, I was finding some more professional people and some more amateurs, but both opinions had value because both were saying the same thing, which is, to my experience, this is very good compared to these things. So for the professional person, they were saying this is very good compared to the best. For the more amateur recorderist, they were saying this is the best that I've had compared to my other equipment. So you can kind of find themes. That helps you build an opinion on something. Once you start having an opinion, that is your filter, basically. So it takes time to learn the technicalities of a product. So I had to research a little bit about 32-bit float. Luckily, some of the better reviewers include that information in their same review. Some do not, so I had to do some additional research to learn a little bit about it, learn what it meant, learn also from the old timers that you don't need it, and 24-bit is already plenty. So I started to develop an opinion based on a lot of different ideas. I do most of my research on YouTube, through YouTube videos. It's active learning, but it's also semi-passive. So I'll put a video on, listen to it, try to get what I can from it, and maybe I end up watching it again, coming back to it as I learn more. But basically, you're trying to develop an opinion that's based on the knowledge that you're learning. You're trying to validate that knowledge by making sure that it's based on consistent information. That can be very difficult in some instances, like when we consider AI. You can ask it a question about something and it will tell you an answer and sound extremely confident, but it could be hallucinating. It could be entirely wrong. So people do that too. They get opinions, they get biases, and they will deliver bad information to you. So your job is to sort through the BS
And the way I do that is by going to a lot of different sources, but making sure that there is a good variety. So back to the microphone research that I did, or the field recorder research I did, that was amateurs and professionals, finding both perspectives, and just absorbing that information until I had an opinion. And once I had that opinion, that was how I could start really focusing in on the relevant information. Get the most expensive. Got it, JK's. Daddy, how dare you? How dare you? I would have half the things I have if I got the most expensive ones. Instead, I have a lot of things that don't work very well. Sometimes. I do good research, I think. Buy once, cry once, and buyer's remorse. That is so true. Buyer's remorse is a big deal. I think that's my biggest fear when I'm buying things, so I really try to make sure I understand the use of it. Absolutely important. I currently have 50 YouTube tabs in the queue. Okie dokie would die if you saw my my watch later list. I have 2 because I've filled one up. I don't think YouTube playlists fill up until they hit about 5,000. Bongscopy says, did you just pronounce his name as Daddy? Or are my ears broken? Yeah, I pronounced it as Daddy. Daddy. Either way, I think. He might also appreciate just a straight up daddy. Get the twang going. What's up, Daddy? Before I turn red, I'll keep reading chat here. One thing I would say, this is Ziggy. One thing I would say is what else they review. Yes, that's a very good perspective. Yeah, that's a very good point. Are they situation to that topic, or do they just make tech reviews or anything they can get their hands on? Yeah. So were they just sent something? Is their opinion potentially compromised? Are they acknowledging that? Yes, that's a really big component too, is vetting your resource, basically. So I happen to have followed a lot of like audio review channels, let's say, and they've made content on this recorder years ago, but I've also been following them for a decade plus. So I already trust that source. I know when I go there, I'm going to get a good professional opinion, but I'm not a professional with audio, so some of those things don't matter to me. So I compare that and contrast that with other sources that I find that I do have to vet as well. Everybody's freaking about Daddy. It's okay. It's okay, guys. Specific to the situation. Yes. Ziggy. Makes sense. Bongscopy says, W agreed. I mean, who said that? Daddy flexing in chat. Okidoki says, I think I trust a YouTube reviewer named Super Review, but unsure. They do a lot of DAP reviews. Yeah, if it's your trusted source, and trust can be a slippery slope. It can just mean that you have aligned your biases with theirs. But it also can be extremely useful. Just look at different viewpoints as well. Try to get some other perspectives, that some other reviews that maybe are critical, and keep that in mind. Make sure you're not just pre-purchasing in your mind, just agreeing with something and ignoring all the negative points. But Okidoki says, I would not say I trust them since they get sent the products for free from the brands. Yeah, if they're absolutely cranking out videos because they're getting stuff sent for free, probably not going to be your most reliable source. I found people that their life is recording audio. Like, they love to go on trips, they go to locations, and they do field recordings. And they happened to use an F6 recorder, so they made some information about it. That's a great resource in my mind. But if it was somebody that, flavor of the week, they got this in today because everybody else is talking to it. It's the newest thing. You have to be more careful with that kind of stuff. And you know that. I mean, if you researched for your Nikon ZR, that's it's basically avoiding the hype. Try not to get too hyped up. Then again, I do it all the time. There are some freaking it's a PL mount adapter for cinema glass for a camera, but it communicates with the camera's autofocus system and uses the camera's autofocus brain, let's say, to manually focus a manual lens. I'm hyped out of the world for that shit, but it's not coming to L mount yet. It's released on E mount. It'll probably hit F mount, maybe then L, but L's getting pretty big, so I'm hoping it comes pretty soon. Okie dokie says, but they do also do internal tests with graphs. Yeah, that can be good. That can be a good validator. You know, one resource that references itself, its own data, like what I'm doing right now is literally collecting data. I will now, after we read this, have 3 comparisons to make, 3 microphones to compare, and I can go back and chop that out of the video and use it as B-roll for another mic comparison. So I'm collecting data and comparisons, and it can be useful when people are making sure they're collecting good data and referencing it within their own ecosystem. And that's almost the only way to do it, because you know, their standards of testing may not reach another standard of testing, and that's why there are international standards like ISO. But yeah, it can be good or bad. Bong Scrappy says, I got the mic because it has lights and looks cool and probably plugs in with USB and is convenient. I can't blame you. That was my first mic. That's what I had. I didn't have lights and it wasn't cool, but it plugged in with USB. Okie dokie says, who said that I did not fall for the hype with the ZR? I definitely did. I can technically say I have a red cam now. Of course. Of course. Hell yeah. Yeah, that camera got hyped a bit, or a lot. Just like the Pixis 12K got hyped a lot, and I really wanted to buy one. But luckily, sometimes things are too expensive for me to buy, and I have to wait until I can justify it, like the lenses I got. But god damn, do they look good. Those anamorphic lenses I got, the Blazars. I had an itch to work on my computer, and I got a new power supply to do it, and I filmed it. Open gate, 6K, 420, you know, made it work on the S5 IIX, and God, it looks so good, especially with all the fairy lights in here. So I'll be excited to share that with you, okie dokie, when it's done. I just need to finish it. I'm trying to do voiceover stuff on it. I started the videos, it was gonna be more like an ASMR, you know, watch me while I work kind of thing. And then I was like, this could be a great avenue to just talk about stuff and present my opinions. So I started writing some stuff, and I was like, oh, there's a lot here. Because it's done, as the concept is, I really wanted to work on my computer. I want my computer to last because I can't justify purchasing RAM in this gosh darn economy. So therefore I can't justify a new computer at the moment. So how do I make my computer last? And one of my concerns was the power supply not being very reputable. So I wanted to get a name brand one. Also, my power budget has changed quite a bit. So I filmed it, and then I started realizing this stuff is kind of important to talk about. So now it's gonna have a voiceover. So I've been wibbly wobbly doing a bunch of audio research, trying to nail this part, because I need to make this a consistent theme to the videos. But it's beautiful. Some of the shots are beautiful. You'll really enjoy it. Okay, sorry, cracking my knuckles in front of the mic. Oh, you guys probably can't hear that because I have two mics going right now. RGB is always needed. Absolutely, okie dokie, absolutely. Boxcopy says, if I have RGB, then I automatically get better at the games. Absolutely. RGB has 10 FPS. I won't talk about LEDs and flashing lights because we're already all over the place, but it's a fascinating thing. Not just buy whatever Finemore has affiliate links down below. Isn't that the goal, though? If you can consistently understand products and evaluate them and recommend them to people to the point that people start seeking out your opinions on things, you become the influencer, quote unquote. That sounds like the kind of a cool feeling, being a resource for people. I guess that's the dream. Box Copy says ASMR for free. 1 second. You just remind me of something. It's free real estate. There we go. We get some music back on now. On the Better Done Right YouTube channel, yes. Oh, wait. That was in response to Ziggy saying, nah. Just... I would have... yeah. I don't have any affiliate links on there. It'll be a while. A few years. Be a few years. That's how things move. Okay. You're welcome, Bong. You're welcome, Bong. So now we're going to do our last reading with the... this is the Small Rig S70. Little bitty clip-on mic. And I guess for future reference for myself, this is going to the camera receiver, which is outputting over an aux cord into the computer's mic input. Okay, this is The Ravens Who Watch from AYR on Reedsy.com. Ravens are curious creatures. They hunt for food as we do. They solve problems as we do. And they entertain themselves as we do. But some are unlike the others. Some just watch. They observe, they learn, they wait, sometimes for centuries, just to be human once more. I moved to Isefjord from London in August for a postgrad. Being unsure of what I wanted in life, but knowing I wanted to hang myself at a 9-to-5 desk job. It's a small town in the West Fjords of Iceland that's so far hidden that even the Ring Road, which goes around the country's perimeter, was at least a 200-mile drive away. But it truly is the country's hidden gem. Being that far north, however, the sun never sets in the summer, so midnights are as bright as middays. But the winters are quite the opposite. Okay, and that is a sample on the S70 as a comparison. I never intended to make all these comparisons, but we're here, and in about 8 months, when I finally dig up this VOD and I start editing it into videos, I will now have some audio samples to compare with. Okie dokie says, oh, also BRB. Just in case you can hear me, did you build the Ikea furniture? No, not yet. I'm saving that for last, because it's gonna be the funnest thing, the funnest part. So next thing we're gonna do, and this will be the last of the mic stuff for those that can't stand it. We're gonna test the handling noise on these microphones. Oh, that sounded so weird, because I'm also listening to this microphone. Okay, now I have you guys on the Samsung CO2. I will probably have to do some stuff on the channel strip to get them roughly the same, but this is kind of the free form handheld version that I
that is one of my goals with this new mic. So this has a windscreen that you can put on, a little foam windscreen, and it apparently does just about nothing, and it needs something. Like the slightest breeze is being picked up by this thing. A pop filter would work quite well. I'm not opposed to having a weird setup to the point of holding like my nicest microphone and its shock mount. I think that would be kind of silly and fun. But if I can have a more traditional microphone, like something you would see on a stage with a cord, kind of an old school vibe, I think that'd be really cool for a video, because nowadays, people are holding little microphones in their hand, and they're doing the Trump fingertip thing. They're like, my opinion is the greatest. I have the best opinions. I'm the biggest influencer. You should buy my stuff, linked below. It's like caffeine, but better. That whole kind of thing. I'm not into it. I'd rather hold an actual microphone because there's some actual technique involved. Just my opinion, but I think it would be kind of a nice thing, and it would help me use my hands more in a speaking context. Yes, another plus for that mic is it looks very cool and old-timey. Yep, it's been around forever. I need to set this microphone down. So this is the other problem, is all of the handling noise, all of the weird sounds that happen. Now we're on the table, so there's all these weird distorted sounds going on. There's definitely drawbacks, but if I can do it live and integrate that kind of production into a live setting, that's going to be really cool. So let me swap mics here.
And we'll also turn off the music. Maybe I had the music running on the last one. It'll be fine on the recording. I've got it taken care of. So I'll turn this off, turn that way up, and we'll generally keep the rest of this.
Okay, now we're on the SM57. So theoretically, I should be able to get closer to this microphone and not have it get too crazy, although it is getting really quite crazy. So to give kind of a nice close feeling, that changes some of the miking techniques you can use. We can get a very close sounding sound, and it's because I'm giving a lot of signal to the microphone, but the opposite of that is we're not picking up very much reverberation in the room, so my voice kind of sounds suspended, at least in my monitoring. I don't know to you guys, but you're missing all of the presence cues that this other microphone was picking up at the same place. I could turn the other microphone way down, but this is kind of the goal. I would have something like this, which has less handling noise. This had a whole bunch of handling noise. It actually picks up a lot of vibrations without a proper shock mount. It doesn't have a proper shock mount, so that's kind of just what's going to happen. But this mic is a little bit better isolated. I can actually tap on the body of it a decent amount. And as for plosives, it's not picking up. It's not as sensitive. It's not picking up the little draft from my hand. But if I am making pops and things into the mic, it's going to pick that up. So a little foam windscreen on this bad boy would go pretty far, and it will probably be pretty nice. So here's the dream. Here's the dream for this. I've been setting up a wireless streaming rig. Basically, my camera wirelessly transmitting audio and video back to a receiver that's plugged into the computer, and then that gets sent out to you guys. So I can record in the backyard if I'm doing wood splitting, is about the only thing I've done so far. The other point of that is to get you guys involved in the DIY projects that I'm doing, the home renovations that have been on hiatus for over a year because I don't want to do it, basically. But my thought is, if I have a microphone that's more, could be stereo, could be more omnidirectional, just to pick up everything in the room, but I have it at a lower volume relative, so that when I'm ripping up a floor in the dining room and sanding and cutting, that audio doesn't clip it, but it gives you guys presence in what's happening, gives you guys an idea of what's happening. And then when I want to talk to you guys, I just come up and grab a little handheld microphone and I speak into it. I think that would be the coolest thing, because this setup right here, it'll pick up the table saw or the chop saw or whatever, the miter saw. It'll pick that up, but it's not going to pick it up more than the omnidirectional microphone. So I get two options, basically. I can yell to you guys, or I can walk up and we can have a nice close conversation. So basically the thought is I would have chat running on my phone. I'd come over and read chat and interact with you guys over this microphone. I could also present YouTube videos this way. I think it'd be kind of fun, going a little bit more old school with it. That's the plan. That's the plan with it. More to come on all that. But yeah, that's a comparison of the handling noise. There's some, for sure. I don't know that it's picking up. Yeah, it's probably picking up a little bit for you guys. So I could rig something for that if I had to. I could research some mic technique stuff. But it'd be pretty cool. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that would be pretty cool? Oh, Daddy says I'm going to be moving to my PC. We'll get up on a second screen in a moment. Hell yeah. Thank you for the tab, bro. Thank you, Daddy. Appreciate it, man. Ziggy says, need to head off now, but hope the rest of the stream goes well. I'll try to catch and watch the catch up. Thank you so much, Ziggy. Yeah, absolutely. It's getting late, about 10 o'clock for you guys over there, I'd guess. So rest well. Rest well, my friend. Okay. That's the mic stuff done, I think. I think we will take a short break. I will use the restroom, and when we come back, we'll be back in the overhead cam and do some recording. Look at some stuff, unbox some stuff. So I will be back shortly, my friends, on Twitch. And then Twitch people probably aren't hearing that unless they're subscribed, but this is picking up a lot of radio interference, some electronic interference. Very fascinating sounds, though. But yeah, let me put this down and add some text here.
It is so beautiful outside. It's been raining for the last couple hours. Everything's covered in water. Lovely aesthetic. All right, friends, let's swap over. So we'll bring this down. Head to the overhead. Bring my little stool over. Actually, you guys can have this perspective for a minute. Got my pile of things for us to go through. And let's do just that. All right, so what we've got is some cold lamination sheets. And I just finished a project last week. Old Chucifer was giving me some good ideas on what we should do, because I've been making these time conversion charts. I sound like a broken record now that I've talked about these every single stream. But yeah, this shows some time zones across the world, specific ones, and has a chart at the bottom to convert everything to different time zones. So it's helped me learn time zones a little bit better, and also for the more complicated conversions, I can do it very readily. Well, I have picked up some cold lamination sheets, or self-laminating sheets. Typically, these sheets, if they were for thermal lamination, it would be the heating process that actually creates the adhesion. But these sheets appear to be single-sided, and they are just a clear adhesive sticker in essence. And I'm really hoping that this solves a problem for me, because this dang thing keeps moving. What I've been trying to do for honestly weeks is figure out how we're gonna get rid of these dang bubbles that show up between the paper and the thermal laminating sheet. And last Sunday, we had a breakthrough and we got her done. What we figured out was if we heated the sheet after, so we ran it through the laminator once, then we use a heat gun to locally apply heat, and then I used a leather glove, one for the heat and one for not scratching, and I pressed and squeegeed, I could actually make those bubbles disappear. Phenomenal. I've been trying to do this for weeks. All sorts of different techniques, trying to fill in the gaps, all kinds of stuff. Video to come on that. What I'm wondering is if I should have never bought a thermal laminator, and I should have just bought some self-laminating sheets to begin with. So why don't we try laminating something here. This was a test card when we were testing out the white core paper. And I guess, you know what? This has a squeegee. This has some instructions. So this is from Rao NCDD, double D, self-adhesive laminating sheet. I found these on Amazon. I don't know where else you can get them. I'm sure they're pretty popular everywhere. eBay is usually a good alternative for some of this stuff. But this was 180 laminating sheets for, if I recall, roughly $22. So pretty good value. I only got that many because I am pretty confident this will work, and I might use a ton of these. So why is my preview on my little phone not where we're at? Okay, there we go. Now I can see. Very good. Okay, so let's try this sheet out. Sounds like I tried to say shit there. Wouldn't want that. So peel, I'm guessing, and then leave the backing and place your item between. So pulling this out, this is not as clear as a thermal laminating sheet. That may not matter. So we pull that out. We will place our item in here. And then there's a lot of static cling. I will let this fall back across and fall back down. Let me grab a thermal laminating sheet so that you guys have a comparison. So this is a Scotch brand 3mm thermal. God dang it. Freaking tape keeps grabbing it. This is a thermal laminating pouch. So this is actually double-sided and filthy. Dang it. Got some cat hair on it already, like everything else in this house. But this is double-sided. So one end has been very lightly sealed and the other three corners are open. So yeah, these are also somewhat matte in their appearance, so no big deal there. But you drop your item between those sheets, run it through the laminator, and it comes out kind of like that. Very quick, takes very little time once the laminator is actually heated up. So let's try this out. We've got a squeegee that they gave us. We've laid this down. Now our goal is to get the bubbles out. So I guess I'll try to work from the middle and go out. So far, not impressed. Seems to have a lot of the same problems, where there's a lot of kind of like microscopic bubbles that get trapped, and they are obscuring the beautiful artwork that we spent weeks developing. It looks like the squeegee is probably pretty good for getting large areas free of bubbles. Like your initial press down, like trying to get the sides closely pressed on there. But this is taking a fair bit of manual effort, like a lot of pressure to start removing the rest of these bubbles. And I would imagine that it's scratching the surface as well. Can't tell for sure yet. What I might do is grab a little sheet of parchment paper to use as kind of an interface between, so that I'm pressing on the parchment paper instead of scraping across the surface of the plastic. And that seems to do somewhat decently. I wonder, maybe we can use these kind of rounded corners to kind of concentrate the force a little bit. Oh, that works quite well. If it's going to deform our paper, but I guess we could theoretically just run across here using one of these corners, and yeah, that had a somewhat decent result. So it looks like it's the same story. Bubbles are going to get trapped kind of no matter what you do. You can see this spot where I use the corner is pretty clear and visible. I get the angle right. And then below it, you can see all the bubbles that kind of make this darker black turn grayer. So I think if you do it right, you get a ton of pressure on it. You really could push these bubbles. I don't know if you push them into the paper or what exactly happens, where they go. but yeah, it's going to take a lot of manual labor. As long as you're not getting scratches and not even some faint scratches from all this pressure. As long as you aren't doing too much of that, I think you might be able to get away with this. This is dark paper, so that is maybe part of the concern. Maybe if this was a white sheet of paper, the bubbles wouldn't really show up. But this could potentially be a way of doing this in the future. Another idea would be to just run this through the cold setting on a laminator initially and let everything get pressed in as much as possible, and then follow through with some manual methods, I guess. So more to come, more testing to come on this, I think. But that's a decent comparison to the other methods where this seems to be taking a lot of pressure and force to actually get everything to lay down perfectly flat. So good to know. Not quite the moonshot dream I had of this all just working perfectly easily, and now I didn't have to do all the other techniques. Okay, for our next thing, why don't we look at this, because I'm actually really freaking excited. This is a smartwatch. This is from Xiaomi. This is an Asian brand, Chinese brand. This is the Redmi Watch 5 Lite. And this was given to me as a birthday present from my wife. And we're gonna look at it today. This is very exciting. I have a Fitbit, and I've been wearing a Fitbit for 5+ years maybe. And this is like my 4th one. I only buy the cheaper ones because if I'm wearing it while I work on a car or something, stuff happens, it breaks. But my wife did her own research and found her own smartwatch, which is from the same brand, slightly different, smaller model. And I was initially ignoring everything feature-wise that she was mentioning, because I'm like, yeah, my watch does that, or I don't need that. And then she got to the battery life. My watch gets 7 days if I'm lucky, but I don't like to use the whole battery, so I end up charging it 20 to 30%, and I try not to charge it all the way to full. This thing is, I think, closer to 12 days, and hers, which is a much similar form factor to the one I have currently, gets like 20 days of battery life or something. Just phenomenal battery life. And it's not even using an OLED screen, a very low power screen. This happens to be color, which is kind of a newer feature for Fitbit. But basically, all this to say, Fitbit, I've got a bias towards Fitbit. And my eyes have been opened recently to what can be done from another brand that is trying to be competitive and doesn't particularly care to make everything a paywall like Google has been doing with Fitbit. So if I wanted the premium features from Fitbit, I would have to pay for it. That is more insights into sleep, into rest and recovery, how ready you are for more exercise, things like that. Metrics I like to pay attention to, and you do get free access to a lot of that, but Google locks a lot of it down. And I will not pay for a subscription for a fucking watch. So I'm ready to jump ship. My wife could see that and got me this watch for my birthday. So we're gonna initially just kind of get some first impressions looking at this. I do have some weird criteria for stuff that I care about, and I'll talk about that, but that may not be your exact use case. So here's some very basic stats from the back of the box. And just in case you can't see that on a Twitch stream, I'll read off a little bit for you. Basically, this is just giving us some battery info that it's a 5 volt, 1 amp. Oh, that's the charge rating. That's kind of a redundant thing. I'll just show you, document each side of the box. Really relevant stuff here, guys. There's the bottom. That's the bottom of the box. The top might actually give us a little more information. So 470 milliamp hours on our battery there. So that would be interesting to compare down the road. But let's open this bad boy up and see what we get. All right, so we have the watch, which this is larger. Through the back and forth, it was decided that we'd go with the larger model. Cool. I'm excited. Oh my gosh. This looks actually phenomenal. So let's get a peel on here. Look at the freaking size of the screen. If my camera would focus, we could do things here. Focus, please. Please. Please, sir, can I have focus? Why don't you want to... Yeah, 2 hands. Let's cover up the... Got it. All right, there's a thumbnail if I need it. This is looking really cool. Better than expected. I don't know what I expected, but this is looking cool. I saw the underside of this, and it looks very well made. Just the fit and finish of this sensor array and the back panel on this looks amazing. So you'll have your emitters and your photoreceptors down here. They use, I'm sure, just standard stuff, as other companies would, and it's actually a pretty fascinating technology. But we have one button on the side. We have a very large screen, and what I'm excited to see, this is one of my unique things that I want, is the bottom of this is plastic. Hopefully you can tell by the sound of that. I am a line worker, so I have to maintain and service live power lines and structures. And you can be electrocuted in that job. And when that happens at primary voltages, anything metal on your body becomes superheated. So I don't wear a wedding ring at work that is metal, because you can lose a finger in that situation. So I don't want to wear a watch that has metal contacting my skin. Plastic would melt, but it will not superheat and contain heat for very long compared to metal. So just matters to me that it's plastic. So this means I can wear this at work. the reason I would want to wear it at work is, especially in the summertime, we are wearing rubber gloves and rubber sleeves, and we have to wear pants and long sleeve shirts and a base layer. It's all for flame resistance and electrical insulation, but basically it adds up to a lot of layers and it can get really hot. And I know my heart rate zones, and I watch my heart rate when I'm at work. On this Fitbit, if I'm working out, if I have an elevated heart rate, it goes into a exercise auto track, and then it will tell me where my heart rate is at. So it vibrates, I think twice when I get into cardio and 3 times when I hit peak heart rate. When I hit peak heart rate, I need to start thinking about cooling off, basically. When you're working in the heat, something can happen called cardiac drift. And as your body is heating up, as your core temperature is rising, your body's trying to shed that heat, bring it to your skin, and then sweat it out. And in that process, you can start to retain heat, essentially. You can't quite shed all the heat, so your body temperature continues to rise, and so your heart rate goes up as your heart is attempting to basically move the heat around through your blood and get it to your skin and attempt to shed that heat. So your heart rate continues to go up if you are not able to cool down. It's called the cardiac drift. And when I hit peak heart rate on this guy, I know to start paying attention and start considering when I need to take a cool down break. So it's never been a huge deal, but I really like having that information so that I can compare with how I feel versus kind of a data point that is a lot more, doesn't have the emotion to it. So if I'm just having a bad day, I don't want to go take 12 cool down breaks just because, you know, I think I'm heating up when in reality my heart rate's completely fine. So I do trust this quite a bit, and it's important to me. So yeah, this is the Fitbit Charge 3? No. The Fitbit Inspire 2, I think it is. So it has the little color screen, but it is really tiny, super small. If I can actually get this in frame, there we go. So yeah, that's the Fitbit. It works fine. The data is somewhat locked down. I get some very basic information, some very basic insights on the app. It does have oxygen levels, which is a a nice feature to have. It does not have GPS. This should have GPS. So that'll be nice where I don't have to sync this watch with my phone. If I want to track a run, I can just have the watch do it. And I expect it will do everything else that this watch can do, and I'm hoping that I get access to the full insights from the data. Some people, it's worth mentioning, can be concerned with giving data like that to foreign companies and what they may do with it. I'm not particularly concerned. I don't think I'm a target for anything, or that kind of data is going to be negative on a grander scale in any way. I don't think it's really a concern. It's not a bother to me. So you're giving your data to somebody, you know, Apple, Google, Garmin. They're going to have your data. It doesn't mean with the security of some of these companies that your data doesn't get out anyway. because there's so many, so frequently there are data breaches. So yeah, it's not a huge concern to me. I was also given some different band color options, and this band is silicone, much like the Fitbit that I've had, and it looks like the mechanism is nice. It kind of nicely tucks the band underneath. If I can get that to focus. I need to set this camera up a little bit better. So it kind of tucks under there. I do like how the holes seem to be spaced just a little bit closer than the Fitbit. So the Xiaomi, it's just that little bit closer. We're talking a millimeter or so, but over its full length, that's gonna make a bigger difference. I do find that between morning and afternoon, this watch band, I might wanna move it between two positions, and it can be a little bit tight. So maybe this band being a little more densely packed, maybe I can find a medium setting that's gonna be a little bit more comfortable. More to come from this, I would think. I definitely need to just set this up, try it out. I don't know if I'll be able to migrate any data, or if I just start tracking on this, and then I can maybe export my data from Fitbit if I want to compare to anything. But yeah, this could be a new avenue for me. Yeah, bigger watch with some more features, better battery life, hopefully better access to my own data. Yeah, very, very excited about this. Thank you very much, my wife, for the gift. I really appreciate that. Excited to try that out. So the rest of this, what comes in the rest of the box, is a charge cable and a user manual, and I cannot figure out how the heck, there it is. This is your charge cable. Actually a pretty long cable compared to Fitbit's like 6-inch long charge cable. And it's a 2-pin, looks like probably a magnetically connecting charge cable. So just like, yeah, you wouldn't tether yourself with this on your watch. You'll have to take it off. That clips on there. Let's see if it swaps. So it will reject the wrong way and it will seek out the correct connection orientation. And then we just have a USB-A. The cable looks simple, thin, but seems reasonably decent quality. It is rubberized. I don't know, fine cable. It's not used for much, so I don't expect much of it. Very cool. User manual. Has a bunch of different languages, as they typically do. Here's some more info in case you care about such details. Very cool. All right, let's look at the next thing. I'm gonna be playing with that later for sure. Put my watch back on. Where's my trash can? There it is. Okay. And I don't have any people tabbed up today on the lower stream PC, but I think I need to do a quick run through and make sure no one else has gone live that I have missed. Yep. 2 people. All right, we got that fixed. And now we're back. Ooh, let me finish my my sippy drink. Add that to my can collection. All right, what's next? Let's look at this. This is epoxy putty, and it's really just going to get used in all sorts of different projects. But this was the best value that I could find for an epoxy putty. If you get a tiny little tube from JB Weld or Loctite, something like that, you're spending a lot for your two components. So this is, let me see if I can get a brand name for you all. It seemed very generic, but if it works, I will be very happy. And I am desperately trying to find a brand name for you. If it comes up and if it's relevant, I will add it in. I will put it on the screen. I can't remember, it's been 2-ish weeks. Yeah, it's so generic, they don't tell you who it's from. They do provide a mixing spatula. This actually looks really nice. This is like the old, this type of thing used to be made out of bone. And these can actually be used to smooth out bubbles. Might be worth looking into something like that. I think they use these in drawing as well as clay and different things. These can be really handy. And this looks like a halfway decent tool, very strong. So I'm excited that they provided that, along with some 400 grit sandpaper, which is from a, it's got loops on the back, so it's meant to go on like a drum, like a palm sander or something. So that's kind of fun. And then 2 sets of gloves, I assume is what's in there. But we also get 8 ounces of part B and 8 ounces of part A. Epoxy putty. And this is, they're claiming it to be high strength, strong adhesion, corrosion resistant, waterproof, sandable, tappable, drillable, moldable. So yeah, just your typical kind of generic. It can do the things. Sniff test. Actually doesn't really have much of a scent at all. So this is your part A. This is your part B. I think it's ironic that these caps were the opposite. I don't know why that is. I don't know if these need to not dry out, but these caps seem to not seal terribly well. It does, I mean, part B is, ooh, I got a big whiff there. It's not like unbearable. But yeah, let me flip these caps the right way around. Part A has no scent, unless I just can't smell it. I'm gonna die tonight. But yeah, you just mix equal parts together until you get a solid middle gray color between your two colors here, and then you shape it and it does its thing. The reason I have bought this is the teleprompter that I bought from Small Rig broke on me. It has a mechanism where the front glass and the barn doors can come off, and it has these little hooks at the bottom that hook onto rails, so you'd place that unit there, and then you would push it up and flip these 2 levers on the sides to release these pins, 2 engage at the top, then you release the levers and it holds it for you. I was very impressed by the product originally, until I broke it. What basically happened is I had, I didn't have a hand free. I didn't have a third or fourth hand to be able to operate all that kind of stuff. And because you place the bottom part in, you have to hold the top with one hand, but you need to pull 2 levers. And I think what happened was I only got one side to clip, the other side did not clip. And when I went to disengage it and take it off, I pulled I think it was the right lever, and it didn't do anything because it wasn't actually engaged. So I kept pulling, and I pulled way too hard. It had a weird cantilever design, which is nifty. It worked well until it comes back to one tiny little screw that's tapped directly into the fiber reinforced plastic, and it pulled that sucker out. It just straight up pulled that sucker out. Spring went flying, little bits got loose. I've put the screw back in, but you cannot pull that lever and have it stop and trust it at all. It will absolutely tear that thing apart. So I have been looking for an affordable epoxy putty that I can purchase in bulk. The hope is to hollow out the hole and apply the putty to it. So hopefully we have kind of like a cone shape where the top of the hole would be the minimum diameter, and then I can hollow out the lower side so I can basically make a plug, put this stuff in there, and then drill and tap it so we can have a new screw mount for that. And I think the real fix, the real nice thing would be if Small Rig flipped that mechanism, had the hooks and rails at the top and the clips at the bottom. So you would place the glass and barn doors on top, and by gravity assistance, it would swing down to the bottom. So then you'd have your hands free to do whatever. But yep, that's what this is for. More to come on that. We'll be using this in the project room a bunch on a variety of projects, and hopefully it's good stuff. Hopefully it lives up to its things. Next is this very square package that I am ridiculously excited about. There's not a whole lot going on in what's in here, but what it might enable me to do very affordably could be absolutely incredible. So this is from eBay. I found a seller for this, and weirdly, it's kind of hard to find this specific variant. I've done a fair bit of looking around on Amazon and just general websites, but this on eBay was the first time I've actually found it. So I'm really excited for that. So what this is are black acrylic sheets. And the exciting thing is that these are very thin. These are 1/16 of an inch thick, which is half the typical minimum thickness. You can get them in 1/4 inch, 1/8 inch, but not usually in 1/16 of an inch. All this means is that I can buy more of these, just about twice as many, for the same costs. And if you're not needing these to be a structural thing, if you're just trying to engrave an image on this, that is absolutely phenomenal. Even from the perspective of material storage. If I'm applying a 2-dimensional image onto something, I don't need, you know, a 3/4 inch thick piece of acrylic. It just doesn't matter. This does also play into another component of this, where once I laser etch an image onto this black acrylic, I would like to be able to join it up to another engraved image and basically have squares or rectangles that get cut out of this that can be grouped together to make a bigger image. So you can put all of your resolution into a small area with a smaller, higher focus lens, and then build up your image in sections. And having a thinner piece can benefit that because your the angle on a galvo-based laser, basically the beam originates from the lens and then it gets skewed out to the side. There's a slight angle that things get cut at. And if it's thinner, that angle, I'm hoping, is less of a problem. So this is just a glossy black acrylic sheet. The exciting part about it is that it's so thin. So that is all that we're looking at there. Very shiny, dark acrylic. I do have 1/8" thick acrylic to experiment with as well, putting some different patterns on, some different backgrounds for the macro orbit table. But this stuff we'll be testing for putting images on it, just single images, or even doing the composite images. And if I can get that process to work, we are going to be doing some really, really cool, super high resolution images. So that was the black acrylic. Another thing that is related is this guy, which this is probably represents the most expensive item from this whole setup. But this is a glorious motion control device. There's a lot to look at here. So I'll let you guys take it in. But I'll explain to you what this is. So this is an X, a Y, a Z, and an R adjustment table. Those are the coordinates that it operates in, being X, Y, RZ, and rotation. So this can very precisely move things in those 4 directions. And the way it essentially works is there's these locking thumb screws all over, and these little bitty, they look like micrometer adjustment dials. This does not move the world. It moves very tiny things, very small amounts, and it's perfect for that. So this dial is adjusting our height, which we have maybe 20 millimeters of height adjustment, but it's super smooth, super precise. We have the lines that we can focus and line everything up with, so we can move very specific distances every time. Then we have our X and Y adjustments. So if I move both at the same time, we go diagonally in the same direction, or if I move opposite directions, diagonally in the other direction. And then our rotation. So this table up top can move 360 degrees, so full freedom there. And we have this kind of interesting mechanism up at the front here, where there's the thumb screw and then this little screw off to the side. And the best way I can explain this is you have limited adjustments on your little micrometer adjuster here. So to line it all the way up with our lines, you have maybe 10 millimeters that you could actually move it side to side. this little guy is like a clutch. If you tighten it, it engages with the rotating top. If you disengage it, you can adjust that separately, and it is very nicely damped. They have a lot of sticky grease in there to make sure everything moves nice and slow. This little knob over here seems to be like a backstop where you can basically preset a distance that you want to move. So let's say I want to move 1 millimeter every time. I believe I could set this at an appropriate distance, tighten this down, tighten in till it stops. So that's our 1 millimeter. Loosen that, back this up, and it will, this will keep turning, but this has already hit its stop. So then I would tighten that back down, turn it again, and there you go. You're basically ratcheting this top around. The full range of motion, I guess I'll give an estimation in degrees. So I'll try to back this the stop screw as far out as I think I can get it. And we'll line this up roughly in the middle. And I'll back this way past its lines there, and we'll just throw that in there and see. Yep, it doesn't move until you're about 1 millimeter from this first line. So we could even zero this all out. Hook that in. And now when we tighten this all the way through, I think we've run out of play there, out of throw. But we've moved maybe 12 degrees or so on the table. But we've had to turn this a whole bunch of times, so you get absolute precision with this. The reason this is so exciting to me is with the laser and its higher, the Omni one from CommMarker, which is a Galvo head, but a UV laser. One of its smaller working area lenses that gives you the highest density is about a 60 or 70 millimeter working area, which is about the size of the top of this. What we can do now with this tool is run a test. So text height of 2.5, and then move our workpiece over and run another test, and it will be very precisely aligned. That's one use of this, and that's basically a testing scenario when I'm trying to dial in perfect settings on the laser, and theoretically you only have to do it once. So kind of an irrelevant long-term use for this device, but the other thing would be for macro photography. So if we got a very small thing that we wanted to take a photograph of, let me see, I had a penny earlier, don't know where it's gotten. So maybe something else. Let me grab a $2 bill. So if we wanted to take a picture of a $2 bill and we had a very high magnification scenario, welcome back, Okie dokie. We can now, assuming we would properly secure the bill here, we can take a photo at one extreme of its focal range and then move this table very repeatably and very precisely to then take another photo where the focus has now shifted to a different area. And we can continue that until we reach the other extreme of the focal depth. Then in software, we can stack those images and combine all of the sharp portions and correct between all of those. And we get a very high depth of field for a macro shot, which allows you to create some really incredible macro images. Now, a two-dimensional thing is maybe not the best example, but if you had a bug up on a little platter here, this would be incredibly useful, not only for the just very one-dimensional movement that you need to do, but on your initial setup, having a little bit of this height adjustment, some of this rotation, some of the Y rotation, you'd be able to line this up with your camera a little bit easier. This would be a very manual way of doing focus stacking in macro photography. And a lot of times people recommend using a camera motion system instead of the a motion system for your subject. But to me, trying to make things kind of approachable and multi-use with everything I've got going on in this project room, this should be able to do quite a bit. So I can use it on the laser, and then I can also use it for live macro photography and repositioning things. The X and Y motion on this is only like 6.5 millimeters. It's really not very much, but we do have a lot of Z height adjustment, and we have all of the rotation adjustment that we could ever want. So between all that, we should be able to get some pretty good results. The other idea with something like this is if we had a version that could move 150 millimeters X and Y, then maybe we could set up a system where we would place a material that's maybe 300 by 300 on our laser when we have the lens that can reach 150 millimeters by 150 millimeters, make an image, and then move extremely precisely over in X direction, and then etch another portion of the image. And you have to be so incredibly precise that your images line up within a laser dot width, which is incredibly small. So you would need this kind of precision to be able to do that. But I've not been able to find an XY table that fits those parameters that makes sense, that doesn't seem like too much of a gamble. So I will probably try to make something like that in the future, but I knew this would get put to good use currently, and we'll be able to use it in multiple areas. So this is a very, very exciting piece of kit. Now the last thing we have, I will look at in just a second. I'm gonna get a little bit of water. Check through my tabs. Good deal. How are you doing, okie dokie? Welcome back. I guess I could take the epoxy putty thing out of here. All right, so this is the second most exciting thing. I don't know, I can't rank it all, but I'm excited about it. And I also don't know its condition, just like the microphone. A little bit worried because the eBay seller did not take pictures of every item in here to where I knew I was going to get a certain condition, but you know, they may have just been pressed for time, and I was willing to give it a shot. This is actually some interesting wrapping using cling film, saran wrap, first and then bubble wrap on top. It's not a bad idea. Kind of waterproofs and protects, and they kind of stick together. I'm going to keep that in mind. Oh, okie dokie. Don't get me started on Edelkrone. Yeah, we got to talk about that in a minute. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. I've been really looking at their stuff and alternatives. That's a lot of the motion control stuff, the macro photography stuff. I got to send you a YouTube channel I found. This French dude or something makes his own motion control systems for stop motion macro photography. It's so cool. But I want to make stuff like that because it's so expensive. But this, as I get it unwrapped here, good on you guys for taking care with this. This is from Fowler, which is like a tool manufacturer. This is an optical comparator set. And I guess the case is made by a separate company, but this is a device that is typically used by machinists, as far as I understand. But it may very well be one of my most useful measurement tools. So you get a handle that makes me think of a lightsaber. So absolutely chromed out. And there's a very old looking light bulb in there, an incandescent bulb. And this very old school switch. This is obviously this is an older product. And I wondered if this uses like a C battery. Yeah, it uses 2 C batteries. No comment on that. And this handle feels really cheap. The end of this is very plasticky, but this is a light scale loop. This one says 7x. I thought I got a 10x, but maybe we didn't. Either way, totally fine. This is the real, the big deal to all this. So this is an eye loop, and an eye loop is basically just a magnifier for whatever you need it to be. And you may have heard them also called a jeweler's loop, where you would put this up to your eye and you'd inspect gems nice and close. This, though, is used in measurement, optical measurement. So what all of these little discs are, oh, I dropped it. Scary. Are these little labeled discs, and I don't think you guys are gonna be able to see that. Yeah, there's no way it's gonna focus on it. Maybe if I... No, that's not gonna happen. So what's on this disc are a bunch of lines, radian arcs, different radiuses, and they're spaced an even number apart. And you can basically load this loop with this little glass piece that has these specific measurement marks on it, and then look at something like, where'd my $2 bill go? I can look at this 2 in the corner. You can line up now this isn't all it does, because there's all of these additional, oh, this is so cool, little caps that you can put in. So this one is just a distance. So it's divisions of, and I almost can't even see it with the naked eye. So it tells me 1 division equals 0.1 millimeter. So there's a 0 over here, and then way over here there's a 20. And it looks like there's 10 divisions between each number. So it's millimeters across here. And we can see down to a scale of 0.1 millimeters on this number 8 cartridge. So let's swap this out. This is so weird. All these fiddly little bits. I've never worked with anything like this before. And I guess I want to see a mirror image from the bottom so that it projects the right way from the top. And then we'll try to use the handle here. It looks like this just pops in there. It's a nice friction fit to where the you can rotate this little focusing part. And I'll just try to make sure this is at a comfortable angle for myself. And now I can look through this at this part of the $2 bill, the 2, and I can place this up. I can turn on this light, and I can measure the width of the 2, the T in the 2, and its longest part, or at least the width of the top of the T, is 2.1 millimeters. 21/10 of a millimeter. And I'll see if I can give you guys an actual look at this. I'll try to hold this up to the camera and see if it'll focus back through this. Well, you can see it's magnified, but I don't know that you can actually tell the lines. So this may be too fiddly to do live, but I may be able to do this in a video, set up maybe my phone camera or something, and give you guys a proper look. But it looks like this top piece, this eyepiece, kind of like on binoculars, can be focused. So that is super helpful. So I'm not getting a lot of eye strain. This is basically just a measurement, an optical measurement device. Machinists would use it to evaluate, basically assign specific measurements to something and then be able to recreate it. And this is a pocket collimator because it fits in your pocket. There are full-sized collimators, and they would have a light source. Your object would go in front of the light, and then there'd be a lens and then a reprojection mechanism, and it would cast this light up onto a giant disc, a giant version of these. And we're talking like 12, 14 inches across, something like that, maybe 10 to 12 inches. And the glass would be ground on one side, so it's very matte and very smooth. And then I believe on the other side would be your lines. And you can basically put an item in front of the light, in front of the lens, and it will cast a shadow. And then you can look at that, you can position it very, very specifically and very carefully with a mechanism like this, or at least the same functions as this, and move around that object and cast the shadow, a scale shadow, onto these tiny, well, a giant version of this tiny little lens. If it would focus on my hand, there would be a hope. There, you can just barely see the lines. So 20 millimeters in tenths of millimeters. Let's go through all of these. I want to see what we, all of these. I want to know. I want to know. So we've got the one that came already loaded was for angles. It's like basically a protractor. So we had angles, we had radius, there was a distance. This is a number 5. No, sorry, number 2, I had to flip it over. We also had some additional angles, and we had dot sizes. That'll become relevant in a minute. This one, oh, this is very pretty. This is much higher contrast, so this maybe wasn't used as much. These two seem very faded. This appears to be a line or a thickness indicator. So it has a like a dark spot and a light spot, so you can see if something fits inside of it or if something is larger than the line. And that is a number, I don't see a number on it actually. I don't see a number on that one. This one has the kind of protractor like radius and angle set up again. It also has hole size or dot size, but it also has a grid in I don't know what base unit for the grid. These could be standard like imperial, or these could be metric. This one's super cool, and you should be able to see this one. It looks like it has all these mountains that are like nested. Come on, camera, please focus for me. Stop looking at all the things that are in focus and focus. There you go. Shaky hand. But these are thread pitches. And these are threads per inch. So there should be a 20 in here somewhere. We have a 25. But basically you'd hold a bolt up, line up these lines to the threads, and then it would tell you the thread pitch. I kind of expected a 20 to be in there. We have a 14 and then it skips, or then a 16 and then it skips to 25. I was thinking quarter by 20, which is a common camera thread. This is the metric version. So this is thread pitches per millimeter. And we have 1 through 0.25. So if I had a random bolt and I needed to order nuts for it, I could use these two now and determine the thread pitch. I wouldn't have to use the feeler gauge equivalent, which would work too, but this is cool. Cool to have these. This is a distance measurement. Trying to determine what units it uses. This might be an inch, and then these are subdivisions of an inch. Or it could be millimeters. I can't quite tell on that. Oh, this is beautiful. So this is degrees again, but this time it's like a full circle, and we have a 90-degree indicator and then some standard angles, and then a full 90 degrees that is just super fine degree indicators. Lovely. And our last one is hole size. And it is in, let's see, thousandths of an inch, or could be tenths of millimeters. Hard to say. I wish these were all labeled like the numbers are on some of these. I don't know if these could be replacements, but this this is super exciting for me. Basically, what I can do now is I could take this well-used divisions by, so 0.1 millimeter, and load that in. Place this into the little handle, and then let me grab a test piece that we've lasered. I'll just try to find something that's more like a resolution test. So I've got all sorts of random scraps over here. A lot of these were just power testing or pattern testing, but I might have the odd test of fine resolution. I know I've got some somewhere. Maybe it's in this stack. Oops. It's kind of got me wondering where I put all this. What was that? Let's look at this. So this was a test we did to try to correct for the optical distortion from the lens on our laser engraver. And it didn't work very well, but this should be the fairly thin line. That's the width of the laser at whatever given focal distance that this was used at. But this is our smallest working area lens, which should give us our finest dot size. And without a proper test, I can at least look at this now and I can measure that line width, which is perfectly 0.2 of a millimeter. So that's 0.2 millimeters wide, correct? Am I doing this right? Assuming that would be a full millimeter there. Yeah, 0.2 millimeters width. So very, very fine. I do think we can go even finer. We've been able to get some pretty high resolutions, but that's just on this particular sheet. Our finest line width is 0.2 millimeters. So now we are able to actually measure that. I couldn't take a pair of calipers and do the same thing because while even these calipers do go, I could set this at 0.2 millimeters, which would be pretty difficult. Dang it. I guess you can already see why this wouldn't be worth it. So there's 0.21 millimeters. And am I supposed to look at the overlap for the inner diameter measurement, or am I supposed to look through the gap between the jaws and try to figure it out that way? There's no way you could precisely do that and actually tell a difference between a 0.2 and a 0.23. There's no way. But with this optical measuring, absolutely you can do that. I can very clearly see that this is 0.2 millimeters. Even on the gel pen that I used, it's about 0.4. To 0.5. So very, very exciting. This, well, when I'm making dots and I'm evaluating the finest dot size that we can use these 0.1 millimeter dot sizes. We could use the some of the scale measurements and see kind of the resolution that we have there. Yeah, super, super cool. This is a really, really neat tool that probably isn't very relevant anymore for machinists, but to get repurposed for basically being a handheld microscope, I can use this to evaluate what the laser is doing. And what this comes down to is if I'm trying to make, if I have a 60 by 60 millimeter area to work with, and I theoretically could put a, supposedly this laser can do 16K resolution, which would be, if 1080p is 2K, because the width is approximately 2000 pixels wide, then 4K is almost 4,000 pixels wide, or is 4,000 something pixels wide on different aspect ratios. This would be twice of 8K. And to even have a phone screen that's 1080p at 4 to 5 inches is incredible resolution and density, pixel density. But when you're talking about compressing, let's see what this screen is. Yeah, why not? So this phone is a Motorola Edge 50 Ultra. I think the screens are the same potentially. Let me look up a spec sheet. Okay, so this screen is almost 7 inches across, and it's 2700 pixels long by 1200 pixels wide. So 2712 pixels long by 1220 pixels wide. And that would be, it's not 4K, but it's a lot better than 1080p. And at 6.7 inches, this looks great. I cannot, with the naked eye at a reasonable distance, pick out individual pixels. I certainly would not be able to see subpixels. Resolution of this, let's say that was 2000. Go back here. We'll ask Google to help. Hey Google, what is 2712 times 1220? And we should get our maximum pixels. So it's 3,300,000. So this is a 3.3 megapixel screen. An 8K screen is 8.3 megapixels. A photo can be, well, a camera can take all sorts of megapixels, but you know, your initial resolution in a camera is maybe 8 megapixels is where it starts being okay if you're not zooming in, and then 12 megapixels gives you a little bit. 24 is a good starting point for like an actual modern camera. 40 megapixels is going to give you a little bit of cropping. 50 megapixels gives you a lot more. 100 megapixels gives you so much freedom. And there's cameras that can do all that. This camera, I think, can do 50 megapixels at its highest resolution. So you can really get some incredible megapixels. But when we're talking about print size and dot size, this laser supposedly in a 70 by 70 millimeter working area is supposed to be able to do 16K. So we just saw that this phone screen is 3.3K, and this screen is almost as wide as the working area, and it's twice as long as the working area, but it's only 3.3K. So 16K, I guess, would just mean that it's 16,000 by 16,000. So theoretically, our megapixels are 256. So 256 million pixels in a 70 by 70 millimeter working area. So if I can get this laser coaxed to the point where it can actually make dots that are so small that we can fit 16,000 of them across and fit 16,000 of them in height. You're talking about an image resolution of 256 megapixels in this little tiny area. If I can harness that, put that to use, my dream is 16K here for part of an image, 16K over here for another part of an image. And you could, if you can get that precise to where you can put these images next to each other and scale an image, make a composite image that would be somewhat seamless, you could have a picture that would have resolution that is so far beyond any picture you've ever seen printed. It'll be monochrome because we can only make things in one shade or one color. But the amount of detail that is theoretically possible with a laser like this and then combining segments of an image is absolutely bonkers. And I have no idea how I'm ever gonna find a project, an image that would ever have that resolution. We were talking about camera resolutions. The best you can get commercially is about 100 megapixels. There might be some phones that could do 200, but the optics won't be there to resolve it the same, I wouldn't think. But we're talking about a 200 megapixel super ultra flagship camera that somehow is able to resolve all that detail. And it's still not quite enough to fit in a 70 by 70 millimeter. We're talking resolutions so high that it's freaking ridiculous that I'm even thinking about doing it. But this auto collimator with all of these little bitty high resolution scales will help me get to the point where I can actually properly measure this laser and be able to tell if it's doing anything. I've seen some behavior where you can get a much sharper dot on this larger image if you defocus slightly. It's almost like it's taking the center of the dot, of the laser dot, and just using that. We might be able to basically, what would that be in like gaming terms? Super resolution. We might be able to essentially spoof a higher resolution out of that lens and get a much bigger working area potentially. So to be able to finally measure these things with kind of a cool retro tool is really, 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 really exciting to me. So this is the is Fowler's auto collimator. This was purchased used from eBay. It came in pretty good shape, considering it's probably from the 70s. I mean, plastics were in heavy use, so I'm gonna guess 70s to 80s. I'd love to replace this the light in here with an LED. You could even do different color spectrums, like a black light if you were trying to inspect watermarks on security marks on bills and things like that. But yeah, what a cool piece of kit. This little thing is super awesome. I need some water. So that's all I had for the cool stuff to unbox. Might be losing my voice. Good grief. So the microphone, it looks like we need to return it. That's a big bummer. I'll probably just get one on order and then return this other one. Maybe I go Monday and see if I can swap them out. That might be the way to do it, but I'm really hoping I can get one that works. Obviously that's the goal, but if I can have one that I like the tone of it. I'm already pretty impressed. It looks like it's going to be fairly hard to drive with just this channel strip, but my other channel strip, it should be able to be driven pretty well. And then the field recorder that I have coming soon has very low self noise on its amps, on its preamps. Is that the right term? So we might be able to record a fairly quiet signal and then just boost it up without very much noise, potentially. So that'll be tested out for sure in the near future, but that would be a cool use of that microphone. We looked at the watch that I'm super excited to try out and potentially get more out of my data. And we had the cold lamination sheets. Those are super exciting. We had the little XYR positioning table and our putty. And I think the only thing that's left is we need to build some furniture. So we'll take a short break here, and when I'm back, we're gonna build some furniture. I can't believe I forgot I was supposed to build furniture. I got so excited with this stuff. I was like, yeah, we done a lot. Oh, I gotta turn the BRB back off. Okay, so we're gonna build some IKEA furniture. This is a set of drawers, and it will look distinctly familiar to you guys if you've been watching any of my streams, because it's literally the same thing as what I have down here. We're doing a second one. How's the mic coming along? I think we definitely have the same mic or the same issue on that same type of mic. When I was taking everything apart, I held it near my keyboard by accident, and it picked up some weird radio interference from the keyboard. So it is not properly grounded, I think, or shielded or something. It's picking up all kinds of static. So it's not the microphone itself necessarily, it's just something that's wrong with it, which is the exact same problem I had with that mic. And I am almost positive that this is the same one that I bought. So I'm gonna try to exchange it tomorrow after work and hopefully get a better one. If that doesn't fix it, I may order one from somewhere else. Because I think I remember researching and people were like, it just seemed like it was a issue with the microphone, not a model. Like it's a prolific microphone. It's used on like every single recording artist for any studio, any indie band that's recording their band, they have one of these. There's no way it's that noisy on its own. But yeah, hopefully we get it fixed because it sounds good. And honestly, it sounds pretty good. So I'm hoping to get that mic running, get some kind of pop filter for it, and then make or find an affordable option to get a shock mount for it, and then come up with like the cheapest high quality dynamic microphone, like the SM7B killer or the SM7B equivalent for super cheap. I think that would be kind of a fun project to be able to do. But yeah, now we're gonna build some furniture, huh? So yeah, we're building the exact same thing again. The goal, I guess I'll give you guys the rundown of what I'm hoping. So this room started as basically a storage closet. We moved into this house, everything came in here that was mine. I have a lot of hobbies, I have a lot of tools, a lot of obsessions. It all ended up in here. It was extremely disorganized. Since starting streaming has been my way of getting in this room and making it better. And we've done a lot. This room looks so much better than it used to. It does so much more things than it used to. But there used to be 5 shelves, I think, in here. And it was like shelf, 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 shelf. You get a shelf, you get a shelf. So this room was just for storage. We got rid of 4 shelves. We've got a laser engraver in here now. We've got a streaming setup. We have a tabletop project view, and then we have this open area in the middle where we can do stuff like this, build stuff, rig up cameras, talk about things, whatever. I still want more space. I think we're gonna get it if we take one more shelf out. We're gonna go down to 1 shelf. And we're gonna do that by consolidating everything to where it's just the tools we need and the materials we need on 1 shelf. And then we're gonna put a bunch of that into one of these cabinets, these little drawer rolly cabinet things. What's up, Nomad? Welcome in. So the theme I'm seeing over here that I was thinking of the other night is we have a lot of paper for laser engraver projects. We have a lot of craft tools, so we have a whole scissor collection. We have a ton of pens and pencils, markers. I think all of those types of things can go into one of these cabinets, and that would eliminate like 2 shelves worth of stuff. And then that just makes it that much easier for us to consolidate to the one shelf. The reason, beyond just getting a little more room, is that laser engraver could fit on this shelf. If I made an intermediate table that was a little bit wider, our other laser engraver could fit on top of that shelf. I've got this giant box from a snowblower that I want to turn into a paint booth. If I don't have a bottom on the paint booth, I can slide in this shelf unit, the little drawers, so I can use the paint booth as a paint booth. So it's going to have a draft to pull paint particles into a mesh to capture it. So when I'm not using it as a paint booth, I slide the drawers in there, which can have a laser on it, turn on the vent, the laser runs, the smoke gets caught in the box and drafted out. So it's a combination of things. We're combining, making more use of multiple things. And if we can do it by getting rid of one shelf, putting some of that material into the little shelving unit, the drawer unit, and then replacing that with a giant box that we can spray paint stuff in, it's gonna be pretty cool. It would also get rid of the duct that I have here that runs from the laser up to the pole, then back down over the door frame. I knocked something over. So it runs from the laser here, where we have a fan, up to the rod, over, so I can walk under it, back down, and then back to a piece that we put in the window. And if I can get that to be just the fan and a filter, and the whole box is like up against the window, and it just spits it straight out, then we're getting rid of all this space that's taken up by the duct. So that would be pretty cool. I should probably set this as a freaking position because we keep coming back to it, but what does Nomad say? Not gonna lie, you talking about tools just remind me that I left my Welpers at the shop. What type of tool is that? Is that like a industry slang for something like, I don't know, we call lineman pliers Kleins, the brand name, but third hands, you can have all kinds of weird tool names. But that sucks if you left your tools there. Wire cutters for welding wire. Wire helpers. Makes sense. Yeah, it's just slang. What kind of welding do you do? That's pretty cool. I've got a buddy that is taking classes on robotic welding, programming robots to do welding. Kind of, maybe he's your enemy because he's doing robot work, programming robots, and robots can take your job. Learning TIG, MIG, and flux core right now. Fuck yes. Super cool. I want to get a TIG welder at some point. I figure it's the, it can probably do anything very slowly, but at least I could weld any material. If I got an AC one and I could do aluminum, I think that'd be really cool for projects. I don't care if it takes like 2 hours to do welds, as long as I can weld. No amount of robot could replace a person in welding. Yeah, you can't stick a robot on a steel frame of a building, or you know, it's in there's an excavator that broke a pin and now you got to weld it back together, or like some kind of joint. You can't get a robot to understand that. That's super true. But you can get a robot in an assembly line to do something a human doesn't want to do. So I guess that's, yeah, super true. Very cool. I didn't know you did that. Very, very cool. All right, we're gonna build some furniture. And you're about to hear me create my first hernia. jeez. I think real wood would be so much lighter than what this is. Shit's crazy heavy. A little bit of deja vu for me because I've done this before. But we got to do it faster the second time, right? I mean, we gots to. So I didn't beat the hour mark last time I did this. Who'd I have in chat? I think I had Romy in chat. He was hyping me up. And we were playing some music that kind of felt like Euro Racer music. This is like really fast paced, but I can't hear it. Only you guys can hear it. We'll just leave the kind of chill music on for this. And I actually need to sidechain my audio again because I'm blasting music for you guys. Sorry about that. And we will set the threshold quite a bit higher now. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, so now the music's gonna die down when I start talking, but I need to adjust that a little bit higher, I think. Sorry, lower. Testing, testing, testing. More, I think. Sorry. Me just being loud in your ear holes. Okay, I'm gonna set a timer in the background. We can see that a little bit from that camera. Can we see this from the other? That is that one. This one? No, not quite. Also, we're gonna have a shelf built in front of it before long, but we'll try to do it here. We'll just try to do that there. So I'm gonna give myself 50 minutes. We're gonna try to beat this, build this in 50 minutes. I don't know how achievable that is. I think last time I took over an hour, but I also messed some stuff up. So hopefully I can do better than that. But we're gonna be aggressive here with 50 minutes. And that time starts now. Okay, let's get at it. Shit. Okay, well, hopefully this doesn't need to be returned. Okay. All hail the Ikea instructions. Couldn't do anything without them. Then I need to try to get all of this moved over. And we could go to another camera angle here. So we got the sides. We have I guess that's the top and bottom. We have the sides. We've got drawer sides now. Some more sides. Got some hardware. More sides. I guess everything's a side if you look at it the right way. Okay, a bunch of drawer fronts. Okay, not a whole lot of room to move here. Then we've got a back, or the drawer bases, drawer bottoms. And then last piece is maybe the very bottom of everything. Don't fall, please. Okay, to the instructions that I've buried. What is our first step here? Hammer, screwdriver. Got a screwdriver. Hammer. And other type of screwdriver. So we are 3 minutes in. Got all of our pieces. If I had a little container for those, that might be good. I try to, oh, I don't really, this has loose, sharp blades in it. This has string, we could maybe use this. So I think what we'll do is put all these loose parts into this container. I'm making a mess. Got our wheels. I don't know when the wheels go on, but I've got a bag of parts. I'm gonna dump that into this container. A little tool thing. Maybe that's not the way to do it. Dump this on the table. Ugh. I'm gonna try to sort this. I think this will be well worth it. So I pulled out all these, which we seem to have a lot of. Drop those all in there. And I think they're all the kind of the same thing. These all grouped together. They're fairly obviously one size, and I'll just grab a different, like an obviously different thing and put it in with that container. Good God, there's a lot of shit in here. Hoping I'm saving myself some time. Okay, you all go there. These can all go there. All these big plasticky bits, put in there. And then all these little hooks go over here. Let go. How'd that get in there? Okay. You all go there. And then I've just got a random bits, these last sets of screws. So maybe I'll just collect these and put them in a pile over here. Okay, I got my shit sorted. I think we're ready to start trying to make some stuff happen here. So, okay, let's go. So what this is showing me is we got to do on our sides. We have to put in 3 of these plasticky boys. Per end. So there's 6 for both sides. I'm gonna grab a drill. We had one last time. We're gonna continue that theme. So there's, I think we got charge on that battery. Classic. Okay, drill. What else? I think we need Allens at some point. So I'll just keep my Allen set handy, and we'll probably just use the same tool for that. My screen turned off. Dang it. I guess I'll just wake it from time to time. I don't really have a different way of doing that. Okay, so I've got a drawer front, and this is telling me what? The top, middle, and bottom. Get these guys. That is at the back. Okay. Let me set my clutch. I think 1 is probably decent. Okay, step 1 is done. Step 2 is install some wood pegs on another piece, which is, I gotta find that piece. How do we tell it apart? Is it the back? We're adding pegs to both of these, so we could at least do that. So top and bottom both get pegs, 4 per panel, and we are looking at the second position in on these. There we go. Yep, okay. And I've got my hammer. Okay. And we've got another panel now. It's got 6 holes on it, so I think it's maybe that one, which is underneath these 2. I kind of want to dust these off. Okay. So if I place this over here, that down there, that stuff there, I can put these over here briefly. All right, this panel I think is what we need. And 39 minutes to go. Feels like a lot of time now, but it's probably not going to be very much once it gets down to it. Okay, so we've got our 3 and 3, so I think it's a 2nd and 3rd, 2nd and 4th, there and there. Last time we built this, we messed it up and we actually damaged the table. There's a couple wooden peg marks on here where we were really messing it up. Okay, so these 2 go together. This is the back, I guess. So it just faces in. Is there a particular orientation? Doesn't seem, it seems symmetrical. So I think we're good to do that. I think I will set this to the side for a second and place this down, and then place this on top. So we want to go to the inside with this. go. And we are using the plastic turny ones. I think it's trying to show me. Yeah, okay. 3 of those. Okay, that's one panel put on. I think we just turn this and try to stick the other one on. Ah! Dropping my wheels. Okay. I think it would be upside down if I used the camera behind me. Let me just check. Yeah. I don't think you guys need an upside down view of what I'm doing. It doesn't really help you. All right. There's that. And 3 more of these guys. Okay, that is step 3 done. And step 4. Next page. Now we're putting on what are we putting on? The top. We're putting on the top. And the top doesn't have the holes there. Okay, so this is the top. Okay. How do we know which is the front to the back? It is... Well, we need to install some of the long bolty bits, actually the shorter ones, right? I think that's showing me the shorter ones. I mean, it is showing me the shorter ones. I just hope that's right, because it's clearly labeled. The diagrams are so simple that sometimes I question the little elements, but they are obviously different. So they're like very precise in a weird little way. All right, so I'm grabbing out these short standoffy bits that we need for the top, and this is the top, and they screw into, they skip 1, 2, and 3. Okay. What if I start all of these and then come back with the drill, if that would be quicker? Hopefully I don't thread these in crookedly. Okay, that's those 3 put in. Now this needs to go on top, and how does that orient? Just figure it out, I guess. Okay, that's the front. Okay, so this should all go down. That's lining up pretty good. Oh, shit. I can get that to start. Shit. Okay, there's that. Okay. This side. There we go. And this is the top, right? This is the top, right? There's nowhere that this is the bottom. It's all the same stuff, right? I guess, can we tell the difference? This is where I messed up last time, so I'm just trying to make super sure. I think it's identical, whichever way you do it, so I think we're good. I just remember that last time it went super smooth when it was the right way. And right at the moment, this does not feel very smooth. Okay. Let me look in the instructions ahead, because I'm stressed that I may be doing this wrong again. So that the bottom threads in instead of having the pegs. So it's just 6 of those and 4 pegs. So maybe I can tell from which side before I force this. This. Okay, yeah, that's the bottom. Okay, I caught it. I didn't repeat my mistake. Yeah, okay, so this actually goes down here on this side. And that is because it has the option to side load these little screws. Yes, that goes much easier. I wish they had indexed that to the point that you couldn't actually mess it up, because the last time I tried to do this, did not go well. Believe it or not. Okay, and then we're using the last 6 of these plastic ones. Okay. Really glad I stopped there. That would have been really annoying to mess up a second time. Maybe I'll just install these by hand, just to get them started. And then we'll come back through with the screwdriver in a second. Dang it. There we go. Okay, screwdriver. Okay, that is step 5 and 6 done. Bring up my timer. Less than 30 minutes to go, 27 minutes left. Okay, next is the bottom. which is right here. And we've already got the pegs installed, so it's just going to be these screws. I can't tell if it goes a particular way. I'll just put the sticker to the back. We'll try that. I guess that would be the side. Okay, we did good. We did good there. Okay, that started. Now we just load in our long metal screws. And I'll save one from my Allen keys. See if I can't find the right size. Nailed it. And let's use the gun. Dang it, come on. Very good. This is not an impact gun. Not an impact gun. That's probably very annoying to listen to. Okay, I'll go back with the little hand tool and snug these to what feels comfortable. Good. I think we're done with the Allen tool. So I will put that back. Okay, that is step 7 done. Our next step would be to put the wheels on the bottom, but I might ignore that step. Why are you not mounting in there? What the hell? Let me get this driver bit out. God. Do we have something stuck in here? Can't tell. We'll just use the long extension. That works like normal. Okay. I'm going to skip putting the wheels on. Excuse me, putting the wheels on because I don't want this to roll off the table. Now we are installing drawers. So we'd be putting drawers together and then installing drawers in there. We can put the wheels on. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so we got our pile of screws behind me. And there's wood screws and then there's metal, like machine screws. So let me try to pick out all of these wood screws. Little sorting project. Okay. And grab my wheels. And put these together. Oh, I should turn the clutch down. Oh, dang, okay. No. Okay, one wheel is together. swapping this for a magnetic Phillips head. Yes. A bigger magnetic Phillips head. Oh, that's way better. Should probably move all the screws up here so I can minimize the distance I'm moving. Ooh. Okay. 2 more wheels to go. This is really slow. Not liking our progress right now. I'll check the timer in a second. Well, I guess when these wheels are done. Can't get distracted now. Hard to tell the difference between the clutch and not being fully seated in the screw. That was kind of annoying. I guess just always make sure there's plenty of pressure. We are missing a screw. What the hell? Oh, it's down there, okay. Yeah, they really don't give you extra. Like, what's the cost of 1 screw? In case you lose one. Jeez. Okay. 1 more screw to go. That is all 4 wheels installed. Let's make sure these are all tightened properly. Looking good so far. I'm gonna wish I didn't do this at the end. I'm gonna be run over time by 2 minutes, and this will be what I did. Spotted doing a good job. Okay, those are fully installed. Time check. 20 minutes to go, 19 minutes to go. Shit, there's no way we're doing this. God dang it. Ah! No! Okay. Ugh. Putting this on the ground. I'm actually gonna scoot this back, and we're just gonna fly. Camera 2. Camera 2. There we go. All right. So now we are onto the shelves. Shit, I almost knocked that over. So we are putting pegs into the front faces of all of these. And it is in what order? Peg to the bottom, wooden peg on the top. Is that right? The slot is there, so this goes on the side opposite the slot. Man, there's no way this is getting done in the next 17 minutes. Shoot. Shoot. But we're gonna heckin' try. That is for sure. All right, let's tighten these down. Swap this for the shorter one. Okay, next step is with these sides to load a peg and then install the side. So grab two sides here. That's the, okay, these are backs, these are sides. So we should have twice as many of these. And then how can I orient these all the same way? Oh, there's two sides to this. Okay. So we got all those. And those. And then all of these. And then how do we orient this? So it'll be peg on the opposite side of that part. Okay. Let's grab all of our pegs out. I mean, we made pretty good progress in the last 2 minutes, but man, I don't know. Okay, peg, peg. Yep, that's right. Two more. Maybe they do give you some spares. There. And there. Okay. Now this goes on that side. Yes. Let's see. Let's look at the instructions. No. Other side. The dado faces out. Right? Same way, but other side. Correct. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, so that means this stack. Oh, log in, damn it. 14 minutes. So this stack goes over there, this stack goes over here. Okay, that's all the sides started. Now we have to install all these metal guys. These are all Phillips. Oh gosh, go back there, please. All right, we're making progress. We've got 13 minutes left. Really wish I had been faster at the start and not made some of those slowdowns. I guess it could have been worse too at the same time. Okay, that's all those sides started. No, there's two more. Okay. Yeah, right at the edge of the table. All right, 5, 6 more to do on this side. 12 minutes. Okay. Going pretty good. Good progress for 2 minutes. That one didn't really seat in there very well. Okay, good enough. That is step 10 done. Step 11. Step 11's done. Now we're installing all of the bases, which will be the white face. Seeing it. And the slots to the front. So let's work from back to the front here. Slide these over a little bit. And it's all to the top. So they go in like this. Less than 11 minutes. We might be able to do this, guys. Come on. Okay, that's good. That's good progress. This should be an Olympic sport in Sweden. Okay, now we install the back panels, which I have here. There's a slot for the bottom, so I guess that's pretty easy to tell. And then it drops in there. So I guess if it's not perfectly aligned at the front, it won't go in. Shit. 9.5 minutes to go. Okay, got that. Dang it. That's in, that's in. Another one that's not lined up. That might be annoying, actually. Okay, we might just do one at a time here. So I got my plastic ones. They go into the sides here. I do actually have a hammer this time. Last time I was not using a hammer. That sucks. That is a done drawer. Now we can get to this one. That is dropped in. Can we do this one? Nope. Kind of got to go one at a time right now. You know what? I can pre-install these partially. 8 minutes to go. Oh, geez. Geez. It's like, how can I work any faster? And then I'm like, I can. Nah, I'm dropping shit. Okay, this side. I hope these don't fall out as I'm knocking these in. I didn't really think about that. Okay, a few more here. Okay, that's ready to go. Dang it, it's so annoying. Another drawer done. Back. Now the drawer. Come on now. I am not left-handed. Okay, another one done. That's installed entirely too far. Less than 6 minutes. Watch all these be upside down. I wish I'd given myself an hour. I could do it in an hour. Okay. I'll just claim I did this in 30 minutes. Speed the video up by 2 times. Okay, drawer's done. Drawers get installed into the slides. These slides get screws. Okay, we'll work from the bottom up. Maybe the top down, I don't fucking know. I think the biggest one's on the bottom. So let's see about, can we slide that in and then slide that back out enough to get that lined up. Grab all my little screws here. This one's top. And yeah. Okay. How do I get this? Oh, that's why it's not lined up at all. Jeez. Come on. Come on. Come on. Slot in. Yeah, that explains why that went easily. Okay, if I just push that back and pull it out, does it line up? Ah, okay. Oh, why does this have to be so fiddly? No. Oh no. This is not boding well for myself. Can I use my drill? Where's my drill? Out of my drill. Okay. That's drawer 1 installed. We need our other tall one. I think this is a tall one. Yep. Okay. Come on. Don't bind up on me now. Okay. I don't even want to look at the time. I don't want to take the time to look. Yes. Okay, another one. Nice. This is going well. Okay. Another drawer. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. That went in smooth. Oh God, we have less than 2 minutes. Shit. Shit. Okay. No mistakes. Smooth as fast. I think we can do this. Last drawer. How the fuck are we gonna get this in? Don't be the one that's like impossible to do or something. Okay. Last screw. Time. Yes. Woo! Oh my God. Holy shit. Where's okay. So that's with 44 seconds left on the timer. On a 50-minute timer, right? I didn't do an hour, did I? I'll reset it. Yeah, 50 minutes. Whoo! All right, let's inspect this bad boy for quality. She swivels. Check out these drawers. Nice action. Nothing feels weird yet. Come back next week for another quality IKEA build. We did it. We actually did it. So now I got 2 of these bad boys. Holy shit. So we got our camera equipment one, and now we've got one that's could probably just be like paper goods and such. Was this actually IKEA? Yes. I guess I should have said what this is from IKEA. This is the IKEA Alex. It's the dark finish. It's the 701-834-92. Oh, wait. Oh, what's this actually IKEA? Ooh, shit. Thank you, Junk. Thank you, Dottie, for the hype. the IKEA building hype. Woo. That's good. That was kind of a rush. I need to do that like every Friday or something. Try to do it in 45 minutes next time. What would just like any random Swedish person off the street be able to do it in? Like 16 minutes probably? Just something insane. All right, that's another quality IKEA construction from yours truly, Fymorth, and Declan on Better Done Right. I sat down. I've now realized I'm going to leave a butt sweat mark, so I think we're going to swap cameras so that you guys don't see that. Thank you guys for joining me today. We had fun looking at an optical comparator, pocket comparator. We got some cold lamination sheets that not, jury's still on that. We'll see if that actually does much. Got some epoxy putty. We got a new smartwatch. That's exciting. We have an XYZR adjustment table. Am I missing anything? Oh, and the microphone. That we think is the exact same one that I had before. So that was a good look. We got some good stuff done today. Excuse me, Jesus. I'm gonna raid out. So please stick around for the raid. I'm gonna hang out in the raid chat for a little while here. Let me just see who we've got. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. We had some pretty awesome average viewership. I was super excited to see. Oh, another detail. I am considering doing some game streams. So I had halted game streaming to focus more on the creative side exclusively. And I still play games, but I just don't stream it. So I kind of catered the, my tags, thumbnails, some of that kind of stuff towards just the maker side. But I'm thinking I want to do both still. And it works out because we're trying to gear up to eventually build a sim rig. So we're kind of working through some of those skills, building up some different skills so that we can be ready for it and we're not just stuck on something. So in that vein, I think maybe Wednesdays, we will start doing game streams in the evening after work permitting. And then Saturdays will be our maker streams, which that could eventually combine into making game stuff. But that's the current plan. So I'll probably see you guys Wednesday. If it goes well for a couple of weeks, I might make like a proper schedule. But Joke says though they had, sorry, my brain is not processing. Hang on. That they had super, they had, holy shit. They had that they had super cameo cande neutrino observatory in RE9. Oh, so was this junk? All I know is there was a neutrino observatory in RE9 and that there was something there. Otherwise, I am confused, sir. Okay. But yeah, that's playing Wednesdays, game streams, Saturdays, maker stuff, and days will get pushed here and there depending on work stuff. So let me head to my raid tab and we'll find somebody to drop into. We've got, is that right? Dang. Yeah, I guess Sunday nights get pretty quiet. Alrighty, I'm gonna leave you guys with Yonder. Yonder is a community member of a community I'm in. We both follow the same streamer and probably the same streamers throughout. But he's a good bit of fun, plays a lot of different games. He's currently playing Death Stranding, specifically the director's cut. So I'm gonna leave you guys with him. He'll take good care of you. Thanks so much for joining in with me today, making some stuff, and I will catch you probably Wednesday. Let me cue this, because now we have like a 10-second delay. This is always the awkward part where I wait. But thank you guys so much for joining me on the raid and joining me in the stream today. I hope you guys have an excellent week, and I will catch you later this week.